Odogwu na-egbula buke Nnamdi Kanu ike agwụgo ndị iloyi Nnamdi Kanu ndị iloyi na-achọzi udo Nnamdi Kanu mana oge ezigbo Nnamdi Kanu ụmụ Biafra gana Nnamdi Kanu anyị Ọhamadike egwu ndị ikolobia bi n'obodo a mmadụ anọzi ife ya egwu ndị ikolobia o Biafra bala anyị obele nwa onye fali ibeku Chukwu zitere anyị Chukwu okike abịa ma zitelie ka ọ bịa tọpụ ụmụ Biafra na-abụ ọtọpụ anyị na-abụ Naịjirịa Chukwu zitere anyị ma ndị Yoruba jụziri ajụ mana anyị nwekwa mmeri bapụrụ obere nwa na 2015 ụbọchị enyanụ anyị wee bebe ife dị n'ime ya anyị wee jebe ụlọ ikpe chọbazie ndị kpọrọ anyị na mkpọrọ ndị kpọchiri anyị ka anyị na-achọ anyị afụrụ ofe n'elu ụwa dị mara afa na-agbazi ọsọ na-achụzi fa mana afa marọ na anyị nwere mmeri ife ọbụla anyị tinyere aka n'ụwa na-agala anyị ya ka anyị ji bụrụ ụmụ Chukwu okike abịa Nnamdi Kanu keduzi ife mesilu mee Odogwu na-egbula buka agbatago obodobo nwa onye afara ite agbara ise na bọyo n'ikalata ife mena ihe n'elu ụwa ka ibili ị ga-abị ndụ n'elu ụwa fụ Biafra His Majesty onye ọrụ mkpana mụ na-ekwu akụọ m ọfọ na nne ị ga-afụ ife ọma ebe isi na anyị ga-enwere onwe anyị wee bulie n'isi ife ọma ga-abụ nke iri ngwanụ kenenu Kanu Nnamdi Kanu Ọhamadike Biafra Nnamdi Kanu abara sele pupu n'iyi Nnamdi Kanu eze ntoto nkonyilo buchi Nnamdi Kanu kịtịkpa gbara anyị ọghọlụ mbuze maka Nnamdi Kanu ife dị na ihe oluwa mụ Nnamdi Kanu Ọhamadike Biafra Nnamdi Kanu ụmụ Biafra oge zugo abalanze nọ n'egwu ọ bụ egwu ikolobia onye gbaka na ya ka ọ gbalagba n'elu ụwa na nkịtị Nnamdi Kanu Ọhamadike Biafra ụkwalụ oge n'ụwa daa ife niile nwere oge zugo na anyị gana Biafra bana anyị Biafra Nnamdi Kanu ya egwu ndị kolobia o Biafra bala anyị obele nwa onye fali ikpeku Chukwu zitere anyị ya Chukwu okike abịa ma zitelie ka ọ bịa tọpụ ụmụ Biafra na-abụ ọtọpụ anyị na-abụ Naịjirịa Chukwu zitere anyị ya ma ndị Yoruba jụziri ajụ mana anyị nwekwa mmeri babụlụ obere nwa na 2015 ụbọchị enyanụ anyị wee bebe ife dị n'ime ya anyị wee jebe ụlọ ikpe chọbazie ndị mkpọrọ anyị na mkpọrọ ndị kpọchiri anyị ka anyị na-achọ anyị afụrụ ofe n'elu ụwa dị mara afa na-agbazi ọsọ na-achụzi ife mana afa marọ na anyị nwere mmeri ife ọbụla anyị tinyere aka n'ụwa na-agala anyị ya ka anyị ji bụrụ ụmụ Chukwu okike abịama Nnamdi Kanu tinyere aka kedụzi ife mesilu mee odokwa na-egbula abụga abatago obodobo nwa onye afara ite agbala nze na bọyo n'ikalata ife mena ihe n'elu ụwa ka ibili ị ga-adị ndụ n'elu ụwa fụ Biafra His Majesty onye ọlụ mgbele mụ na-ekwu akụọ m ọfọ na nne ị ga-afụ ife ọma ebe isi na anyị ga-enwere onwe anyị wee bulie n'isi ife ọma ga-abụ nke iri ngwanụ kenenu Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Biafra Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike abala nzele pupu n'iyi Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike eze ntoto nkonyilo mkpuchi Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike kịtịkpa gbala ni ọghọlụ mkpụse maka Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike ife dị na ihe oluwa mụ Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Biafra Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike ụmụ Biafra oge zugo abala nze nọ n'egwu ọ bụ egwu ikolobia onye gbaka na ya ka ọ gbalaba n'elu ụwa na nkịtị Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Biafra ụkwalụ oge n'ụwa daa ife niile nwere oge zugo na anyị gana Biafra bana anyị Biafra bana nsọ Biafra bụ nke anyị anyị Chukwu gwara anyị na mgba aka na-ekwuzi ị na-akpọ m onye Naijiria bụ m onye Naija gwakene m opinion of Nigeria mana Biafra bụ obodo m ị na-achụzi mmọnwụ nke ndị ọbụzi ndụ Biafra bụ obodo anyị ebe amụrụ anyị bụ na Biafra ebe anyị ga-anwụ bụ na Biafra nwata chọba nke ya ọbụla ajọ mma nwata chọba nke ya ọbụla ajọ mma mana mmachọ nke mụ n'elu ụwa onye ọcha ma aba m afa n'elu ụwa nne na nna mụrụ m n'ụwa ga-aba m afa afa m bụ onye ka Chukwu Biafra bụ obodo anyị amarọ m ife bụ Naịjirịa ikuku bụ ya n'isi guo kedu ife ọ ga-eme n'Igbo Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Biafra isi mere anyị ome n'ụwa ka njikọba egwu ọlụ ịnụlụ n'ụwa juru m anya isi kpọta Igbo n'ụlọ juru m anya ekele ka ndị ekene ka njibi ya n'ụwa Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Biafra nwonye afari okwu ịrapụrụ oche eze nna gị wee welu ndụ gị wee tinye ka anyị nwere onwe anyị ife ọma n'ụwa makọ na be ife dị mma ọmakọ na be abala n'ọmụmụ egwu mgbano ka ikele n'odogwu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike odogwu abụrụ ọka ime bụ ma ncha Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike kịtịkpa gbara anyị ọghọlụ mbuze Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike onye afara ibe kwuo Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike ike agbụrụ ndị ilo Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike iloyi na-achọzi pistọl Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike iloyi na-achọzi dialọg Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike ọ sị na ọ bụ reconstruction Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike mana anyị aga n'ozi oyibo Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Biafra bụ obodo anyị Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Biafra bụ anyị anyị ga-ana ọhamadike anyị ga-ana n'oge zukọ Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike onye nọchi ụzọ ife ọbụla owelu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike ife na deputy director Nnamdi Kanu Alụfosus Uchemafọ ọhamadike n'okwu gị bụ Nnamdi Kanu Kolobia bi n'obodo a mmadụ anọzi ikpe ya egwu ndị Kolobia Biafra bala anyị obele nwa onye afala ibe bụ Chukwu zitere anyị ya Chukwu okike abịa ma zitelie ka ọ bịa tọpụ ụmụ Biafra na-abụ ọtọpụ anyị na-abụ Naijiria Chukwu zitere anyị ya ma ndị Ilova jụziri ajụ mana anyị nwekwa mmeri babụlụ obere nwa na 2015 ụbọchị enyanụ anyị wee bebe ife dị n'ime ya anyị wee jebe ụlọikpe chọbazie ndị mkpọrọ anyị na mkpọrọ ndị kpọchiri anyị ka anyị na-achọ anyị afụrụ ofe n'elu ụwa dị mmalụ afa na-agbazi ọsọ na-achụzi ife mana afa marọ na anyị nwere mmeri ife ọbụla anyị tinyere aka n'ụwa na-agala anyị ya ka anyị ji bụrụ ụmụ Chukwu okike abịama Nnamdi Kanu kedụzi ife mesilu mee odogwu na-egbula abụka abatako obodobo nwa onye afara ite agbala nze na boyonikabata ife mena ihe n'elu ụwa ka ibili ị ga-adị ndụ n'elu ụwa fụ Biafra His Majesty onye olu mkpalomụ na-ekwu akụọ m ọfọ na nene ị ga-afụ ife ọma ebe isi na anyị ga-enwere onwe anyị wee bulie n'isi ife ọma ga-abụ nke iyi ngwanụ kenenu Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Biafra Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike abara nze na-egbupụ n'iyi Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike eze ntoto nkonyelu mkpuchi Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike kịtịkpa gbara anyị ọghọlụ mbuze maka Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike ife dị na ihe oluwa mụ Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike ọhamadike Biafra Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Biafra ụkwalụ oge n'ụwa ife niile nwere oge sugo na anyị gana Biafra bana anyị Biafra bana nsọ Biafra bụ nke anyị anyị Chukwu gwara anyị na mgba aka na-ekwuzi ị na-akpọ m onye Naijiria bụ m onye Naija gwakene m opinion of Nigeria mana Biafra bụ obodo m ị na-achụzi mmọnwụ nke ndị ọbụzi ndụ Biafra bụ obodo anyị ebe amụrụ anyị bụ na Biafra ebe anyị ga-anwụ bụ na Biafra nwata chọba nke ọbụla ajọ nwa nwata chọba nke ọbụla ajọ nwa mana mmachọ nke mụ n'elu ụwa onye ọcha na-aba m afa n'elu ụwa nne na nna mụrụ m n'ụwa ga-aba m afa afa m bụ onye ka Chukwu Biafra bụ obodo anyị amarọ m ife bụ Naijiria ọhamadike Biafra isi mere anyị ome n'ụwa ka njikọba egwu ọlụ ịlụlụ n'ụwa juru m anya isi kpọta Igbo n'ụlọ juru m anya ekene ka njibi ya ole n'ụwa Nnamdi Kanu ekene ka njibi ya ole n'ụwa Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike Biafra nwonye afari okwu ịrapụrụ oche eze nna gị wee were ndụ ya wee tinye ka anyị nwere onwe anyị ife ọma n'ụwa makọ na be ife dị mma ọmakọ na be abala n'ọmụ n'ọmegbu ngwanụ ka ikele n'odogwu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike odogwu abụrụ ọka ime bụ ma ncha Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike kịtịkpa gbara anyị ọghọlụ nkuze Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike onye afara ibe Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike ike agwụgo ndị ilo Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
Do you hear it? You know, they do everything open. They, as I said before, Gambari, the chief of staff of the impost of Buhari, the de facto president, he said it in Niger, that they shouldn't, their neighbors, Niger, Chad, all of them, they are one people. Why should there be bother? And here, the chief of defense staff is saying, all these borders, more than half of the points, the border points, they are not manned. They are not guarded. So people zooming, terrorists coming from anywhere and enter and arms in. But in our own land, all around everywhere is guarded with military, navy, air force, everything. That tells you all you need to know. That these people, they are the caliphate. You know, the governor of Bauchi State, he said it, that their nationality is Fulani. That this useless border created by the Europeans, it doesn't bother them. They don't even respect it. That you cannot say a Fulani man because he is from Sudan. That is Sudanese. No, you cannot restrict him to be a Sudanese only. Not a Fulani man is a versatile African. He is a Nigerian, a Cameroonian, all. Anywhere he enters, they have no border. He said it. I used to play this clip every blessed time. That is why they purposely opened the border, left it open. People go and come. They are terrorists. They come in and kill, and you continue crying like rats without doing anything. But here, IPOB, we are doing something. We must continue. I don't know, my comments, whether you have any just few minutes comment on this before we enter into the subject matter. Wada and Mazi, please, if you have.
Yeah, Mazi, quickly, let me shine light on one or two things you just said. With regards to the security thing, Mazi, you know, this is what I'm going to say. We blame the Fulanis. I blame them. We call them out. But the argument is this, Mazi. My own point of view is this. These people continue to protect themselves. These people continue to enact their so-called relatives outside the Nigerian territory. They intentionally left the borders open. They are the ones using one of us, in the person of Rotimi Amechi, to build a railway line, modern gauge, 2 double lane gauge, which is the modern method of railway, from Niger to Nigeria. Meanwhile, in the south, where this man comes from, they don't have a good railway system. Even what was proposed for them is single gauge. It's one of us that is being used. You talked about everywhere you go in Biafran land on you have checkpoints from here to here. Who are bringing these people? Because we need to bring this thing, agree that we have a problem. These military, just like what Ojos Okalo was proposing, we are the ones bringing these things to us. There is no way these checkpoints will be in Biafran lands without the collaboration and signing off of our so-called political leaders, the governors, House of Assembly men and women. It's impossible. That is what is going on, Mazi. They try to protect themselves. They give themselves avenue to continue to marginalize, continue to own us, subjugate us. What is our people doing? On the other hand, that one calling to perpetuate our stress and what we are going through. We are the ones bringing them in. The question becomes, when you don't love your own, how do you expect somebody else to love your own? Where we have thrown them to the wolves, we look at them as things. Just like Ojikano was saying on that day. Anything you see in the bush is a fair game. He was referring to his fellow Biafrans, fellow Iberians, fellow Ohasians. He was not speaking about the Fulanis. And when any one of us are mauled and killed, they cannot rise up and speak. So what am I saying, Mazi? Yes, the Fulanis are on a mission. Yes, the Fulanis are doing all these things, but the argument becomes, why are our people being culprits? Even giving them ideas and knowledges hands out on how to continue to perpetuate us. Our problem starts from us, Mazi. That's all I wanted to highlight as we move on.
That is the reality, because that is why I used to call, the indigenous people in Nigeria are the most gullible, the most stupid set of people. For Agugelu, according to our adage, for a person to be powerful, you have to subdue another person. For somebody to be world champion in boxing, you have to beat other people. For Fulani to be doing what they are doing, to be on top, they have to subdue others. If you are less powerful, you become a stepping stone for them. That is the reality. That is
why are we helping them? Why are we helping them?
That is why, like the clip I played, the Western world wants Africa to continue being in quagmire, so that they will be getting cheap labor and raw materials. That is the reality. That if Africa develop today, the standard of living of many countries, many Western countries, will go down. I used to say it. Jacques Chirac, he openly said in 2008, I think it's late, that without Africa, that France would have been like one of the developing poor countries. Do you understand? So exploitation is allowed in this world. I used to say it. The only thing is that you make yourself strong so that you don't become exploitable. Our people, selfishness, greed and selfishness, primitive greed and selfishness is weighing them down, making them to even be exploitable, to exploit themselves to the benefit of foreigners. Mazi, I don't know whether you have anything to say before I go on, or do I continue?
Yes, just let me add a voice to it. Something is really going on, but we need to go deep down into our memories to understand what is good. There's a game playing around us, and it's also going to boil down to what we're also going to discuss tonight, because when we say us, we, practically you are referring to Biafrans. But to be honest with you, there's a mixed of the component of people we see today in Biafra land. Many of them are not part of us. We have allowed these people to come inside us with a very mixed blood we have in ourselves, ranging from what happened during the genocide. There was a lot of rape, but I know it may seem as if it's something that is not obtainable. A lot of people that we find in our midst today, we couldn't differentiate who is who, and we ended up seeing them as part of us, and that today they have been nominated to see affairs of we Biafrans, and then they will be working against us, and they will be telling us is their people. So many things is wrong, that because it's very hard for me to understand how can somebody be working against his own people. Then the another question should be, why are their people are not even rising up to challenge these people that are also working against them? Is also another topic on its own. But in summary, we have started. It's a process, and it's going to take a time for us to understand what is going around us. So many things is happening around us that if we are not careful, we will begin to fight ourselves without knowing where the problem comes from, and it's an event that will begin to differentiate who is who. Just like what is going on in this struggle today, you can begin to wonder whether these people that they have been working for a longer time, thinking that this is part of you, an event will occur, they will leave you alone, and then you begin to realize that yes, this is the people that are claiming to be part of you, but along the run, you now see yourself alone. So without overflowing issues, it is also going to boil down to what we are going to discuss today. Ignorance. We don't know what is going on around our vicinity, and the moment we realize it, the moment we find out what is happening, what is going on, then we can now begin to tend towards the solution of the mayhem that have befall our people. That's I think that's all I have to say for now.
There will, of course. Mixed blood, mixed multitude is part of it. Although anyway, we will continue to the subject matter because everything will be discussed. As I said, the topic of our discussion today is the cause or causes of ignorance. Who is to blame? Mazi Methuselah is from your program. You asked this question and it touched my heart. It knocked in my brain. I say, look, this is a very big topic. Because we need to identify or try to discuss about the causes of ignorance. Who is to blame? Is it we, the people that are ignorant? We must continue. Do not forget that today is the 30th day of August, being Tuesday in the year of our Lord 2022. Our topic is the causes of ignorance. Now, ignorance, in simple definition, is lack of knowledge or information. That is ignorance. Simple. When you lack knowledge or information, that is ignorance. Every human being is ignorant in one way or another because knowledge is infinite. If somebody is not ignorant, which means he knows it all, which is not true. But there are some primary knowledge for the primary human development and advancement. There are some primary knowledge, for human development, at least the one when a baby is born, he will be feeding through feeding bottle and breast, sucking. A time comes, spoon will be used or hand to be feeding him or her. A time comes, the baby will start learning or will be taught how to use his own hand to feed himself, because it is a primary thing, a primary knowledge for a human being. That is what I mean by primary, elementary, the thing you should know. If now a baby of 10 years don't know how to use his hand to feed himself, which means the baby is it has a faulty development. It is no more normal. Do you understand? That is what I want people to understand in my explanation about. Everybody is ignorant, yes, because we don't know it all. But there are some things we should know. Primary knowledge that helps for primary human development and advancement. The knowledge that we should be in charge of cultivating most of the food we consume is primary. It is something primary. That is, our leader instituted common sense. Some people don't understand what common sense is. It is, don't mind that you call it common, but it is the most difficult sense. You can be a PhD holder. You can be as formally educated as you can. You can be a professional in your field, a doctor, an engineer, this and that, but you still lack common sense. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. So, the knowledge, that primary knowledge, there are some knowledge that are primary that we should know, that have to help us in our advancement. If we don't know it, which means we are defective, and that is the problem we are having. One of those knowledge is the knowledge that we should be in charge of cultivating most of the food we consume. It is primary. At least to be independent when it comes to feeding. You understand? Now, but when people are primarily ignorant, it becomes a very big hindrance to their development and advancement. Can you imagine having a debate? I'm giving an example now. Can you imagine having a debate between a renowned scientist or astronaut and a Nigerian pastor concerning the science of the existence of creation? One will be speaking out of scientific proof and reality, while the Nigerian pastor will be speaking only out of belief, what he feels, the feeling he has an unction, and talking out of emotion. You will see somebody talking gibberish, and when you want to bring him back, he said, no, a carnal man doesn't understand the things of the spirit. Our leader, I'm telling you, a carnal man don't understand the things of the spirit. Why are we now carnal? Why do we eat? Why are we human beings then? Why are we not created to be only spirits? If we are here looking for how spirits behave, we never even understand how our own life, physical life, how we should be. Now saying, okay, from physical by Google spiritual. That is arrant nonsense. Arrant nonsense. I pack one on first. That is it. It takes a mature, advanced mindset and humility to recognize being ignorant of an issue. This states you to make effort by researching and looking for the real fact concerning an information, event or object. This in turn increases your knowledge. We know it takes courage, a courageous mindset person, to understand that, I'm ignorant of this. Just as we say at the beginning, we don't know it all. We learn. That's it. We don't know it all. We are not perfect, but we learn. That admission that we are ignorant on some issues makes us, pushes us, galvanizes us forward into making researches in order to understand more. In this 21st century, while other countries try to solve their problems by themselves, many people, mostly in Nigeria, still primitively believe in spiritual intervention as the primary solution to their physical problems. There's a very big problem. In this 21st century, while other countries are solving their problems by themselves physically, Nigerians still primitively believe in spiritual intervention as the primary solution to their physical problems. Dubai, everybody, politicians are buying properties today, Nigerian politicians. In 1975, it's nothing. It was a desert. I think they came to borrow money, according to the story. And Nigeria government started laughing them. Say, what are you going to repair with? Today, Dubai, United Arab Emirates has transformed into a world stage. Is it spirit that do that? It is not sweet. It is work, human being with human brain like us. And today you see all of them, the politicians now, they are stealing money, looting, and buying properties there where it is already done. Don't you see that there is something terribly wrong? When you think about all these things, you know that there is something terribly wrong in our brain. I'm telling you. As we have primarily defined ignorance, let us discuss the causes. Who is to blame for ignorance? For me, there are many causes of ignorance, but let's start from the individual. I agree, as somebody mentioned this. He said the causes, some of the causes of ignorance is dishonesty and laziness. To the individual, the person. Now, when it comes to dishonesty, the person is lying to himself and others about knowing more than he actually does. He willfully chooses to believe in things that he knows are not true, hence undermining his own intelligence. If the person does this for many years, then he will be cemented, he would have cemented the ignorance in himself, and it will be very difficult to fix the problem from that point on. He won't know where the lies end and where the truth begins, and he won't know when and where to start fixing the problem. Please, people should stop calling my lines. I don't know. You are distracted. Please. Now, the second point, I talk about dishonesty. The second point is laziness. The person is lazy. He doesn't bother to learn facts or check for sources of the things he believes. He has no idea how to discern good sources from bad sources or facts from fiction. So it all starts to look random to him. Hence, he randomly chooses to believe things based on his flimsy emotions, instead of basing his beliefs on reality, logic, and facts. He doesn't want to do the work to actually learn something, but would much rather pretend to know things that he doesn't actually know. He does all this to save his frail little ego from realizing he is actually very ignorant, because he don't want to hurt his emotions. So he avoids them and anything related to them, realizing that one is ignorant. Realizing that one is ignorant will probably make him feel bad. So to cure ignorance, the person must be willing to accept and embrace his negative emotions, the bitter truth, no matter how it hurts. Are you understanding me? Ignorant people generally have a weak personality and a fragile ego that will easily break under stress. That's the reason for the dishonesty and laziness. When people were told that they are Nigerians, the so-called intellectuals are not brave enough to reason and inform people about reality behind Nigeria, their country, about the real motive for the creation of Nigeria. This is due to the inconveniences it will cause them. Until Mazi Kanu stood up to publicly let us understand the real facts and motives concerning the creation of Nigeria. I don't know whether people are understanding what I'm saying. When some people, including some sections of Igbos, are forced through very wrong narratives to jettison their identity and start answering Niger Deltans, Rivers people, Deltans, etc., who is to blame for this stark and mischievous ignorance? When people fight for contracts to protect pipelines conveying crude oil from their land to strangers, who are to blame for this type of primary and primitive ignorance? I call it primitive ignorance. You know, there are primitive ignorance. I will talk more about this, but before I go, let me bring in my comrades, please, to the table. I don't know, Wada. Go on, please. If you want to say something, go on, please.
Yes, Mazi. Moving this discussion forward, what are the causes of ignorance? Because you have done a very good job explaining what ignorance means, which is simply somebody that's operating without facts, somebody who has no idea of what they're talking about. You call them, the person lacks facts and or awareness, rumor mongers. But the question you asked again was, what are the causes? I will start by saying this. One of the main causes of ignorance are nurture. What do I mean? When somebody is in a society, the environment itself does not give the person the opportunity to explore, to find information, does not give you that, because you are capped. Your information, the information that you're supposed to receive are capped. You are not given that liberty. You don't have the opportunity to ask questions. You don't have the opportunity to explore. You don't even have the materials. You don't even have what you are receiving is what somebody has already framed up and given to you. That's one of the main reasons you have ignorance. So these people are not exposed to materials or information that can make them to have those informed decisions. Another reason for ignorance is, when you touched on it a little bit, I'm going to put the light on it. When you see people who have this attitude, negative attitude about another race, another thing that are not, that is one of the problems we are having. I'm going to touch on us. As a people, as even Biafrans, as even blacks in general. But when we go home, you always hear our people say, the Fulanis are Oche Nama. That's derogatory. That's negative. Because when we are making statements like this, we say, without calling it out or saying it, what we are trying to present here is that these people are less intelligent than us. So we are beginning to position ourselves that we are better than them. And I've heard it many times, we Biafrans are smart. Then we are not smart. But the argument becomes, how smart are we? Because when you do not leave yourself, give that door, which you touch on, to believe that you don't know it all. That learning is a continuous thing until we cross over or the closure of our lives. It's a continuous process. And that anything I do not know, no matter how minute, no matter how small it may be, the main fact that I'm not aware of that thing, I am ignorant of that thing. So that is why nobody can claim that they are not ignorant. But again, it's lack of fact or awareness. So we are calling them Hana Achinama, Hana Emeka. They are the ones ruling us. They have found a way which we are still trying to break, to get into. How we are they able to come in from another place? They are not even indigenous to this country called Nigeria. They are not indigenous, and they're the minorities. But somehow they are controlling everything in that country, using us. The argument becomes, who is ignorant here? Them or us? Because there are facts we are lacking. There is a knowledge we are lacking. There are informations we are lacking, or behaviors we are lacking that they have. And once you have positioned yourself that you know it all, you have closed yourself up to learn more. Because now you know it all. That's what they have become. So people that continue to grow, continue to develop. That is why when we started, we made a statement. We are not here to say we know it all, that's why we are coming and speaking to you. No, we are coming here to share our own knowledge, share our own information we have gathered, and expecting that when you will call in, you bring in your own fact based on evidence, not just emotions. We are provoking thoughts here. Because as I'm educating you, I'm expecting that I'm going to learn something from you. That's what communication is. It's supposed to be a two-way process. We are not telling you. We are interacting with you. So these are the basic of ignorance. Once you begin to believe that you're better than the other person, you have closed that door to learn more. That is why even when you come to a school setting, you will see some, during the exams, you will see that most intelligent people in your class, after every exam, they will tell you, you ask them, how did you do in the exam? Say, I think I tried to answer all the questions, but I don't know what it's going to be. But you see the person who's going to carry life with me before telling you, I did it all. Start boasting. They are not telling you based on statement of fact. They are telling you based on their ego, emotions. Because the other person, even though they know the answer to the question, they still left room that they must have made a mistake one or two places. That is why they're coming from that point of view. They are still willing to learn. They're giving room for error because we are humans. We are subject to errors. So we, the Igbos, we Biafrans, we have always positioned ourselves that we are the Jews of Africa. We are the Jews of Nigeria. We try to cap ourselves for that. We are better than every other person. And that's one of the things they have against us. They somehow they're manipulating us. You need to ask yourself, who is ignorant here? We must be open to receive information. We must be open to ask ourselves these questions. Because by asking questions, we can get to some of these answers. And understand why, even if it's true that we are the most talented, naturally wired, why are we at the bottom? These are questions we must answer. And only us can answer it. In America here, when they counsel you, when you hear counseling as a psychologist, they don't tell you what to do. They ask you questions. They direct you through the questions they ask you. They don't ask you open and close questions. They don't want to be, what I mean by that, they don't want to ask you a question where you say yes or no. They ask you a question that will provoke you to talk. Believing that as you're talking about your issue, what we call a light bulb will flash on you, then you realize this is why I'm making this decision. This is why I'm doing this thing. If you can find out the answer by yourself, then you'll be willing to figure out the solution to your problems. So, because when we begin to think this way or pray this way, then you don't have to wait for somebody to come and help you out when you have a problem. We become, in that case, we are trying to position ourselves to be problem solvers. Why are we wired smartly? Because I'm not saying we are not smart people. Because when you take us out of an environment, that was why I invoke nurture. Our environment has been set up in such a way that is not allowing us to receive information. It's not allowing us to ask questions. That's part of our culture that we must demolish. Who says that a child is supposed to be seen and not heard? We must remove cultures like that. Even though I'm a culturalist, but I believe there are certain things in our culture we did in the past that we have to bring to the forefront of where the whole world is going. Nobody is too small to learn. No information is a waste. No suggestion is bad, even when it's coming from the least among us. We must open ourselves to that. Because another thing is because the people we are calling, another thing that brings ignorance, we have allowed people we call our leaders to be making decisions and we don't question them. These people are not really leaders, they are politicians. There's a great difference between a politician and a leader. Leaders are born, they are not made, politicians are elected. Because somebody is a politician does not make the person a leader. That's another thing we are misplacing. And it's because of ignorance, because some of us do not understand that because somebody has a political position does not mean the person is a leader. There are two different entities. There are people who are leaders, they are not politicians. As a matter of fact, true leaders don't want to be politicians, but they don't want to be caged. That is where you start to see somebody like Nnamdi. If he's interested in politics, he would have been in politics. But because he's a true leader, he knows that the cause he's advocating for, if he goes into politics, he's going to hinder the expression of those causes. So let's begin to educate ourselves, listening to what we're saying or what is coming out of Radio Biafra, and read some materials. Go to Google, make researches, go back, find out, why are we doing this? Ask ourselves these questions. Why are we being used, being the instrument that we are using to undermine ourselves? I'm going to yield here for now, Mazi, as we continue.
Mazi Methuselah, please, over to you.
Yeah, brother. Thank you very much for those that have already, lay a point on this. I am going to start by coming with a quotation, because since you told me about this topic, to be honest with you, I've wondered a while and begin to discover things as I stay still and begin to meditate. I don't want to begin to pour my time on going to internet to begin to look for where I can get the solution of what this means, because in practical terms, this is what we are witnessing in Biafra land. You know, when you are writing a thesis, you always have a case study, or even as the case may be, when you are writing a project in as a graduate, BSc or B engineer, as the case may be, you must always have a case study. And I'm using Biafra as a case study in this today's topic. We have to beware of false knowledge, because it is more dangerous than ignorance. You know, when we talk about ignorance, people feel shame about it, because being ignorant is not so much something to feel ashamed of. It's as being unwilling to learn. And ignorance, I know we have so many listeners who are not Igbo speaking, but for the sake of those who are listening, ignorance is amari. When you hear amari, this our language is a very, very nice language that it explains everything without even you going to research. The pronunciation alone, the direct meaning explain. When we talk about ignorance, it's amari. But when you tell somebody today that you are ignorant, they may fight you, begin to fight you back. Why are you insulting them? Then when you tell somebody amari, which is normal thing, you don't need to know it all. Me myself, I am ignorant in so many aspects of life. Not everything that I will know, just like you always say, you said it when you are starting your program. Then I am going to bring another parameters, because before we begin to understand what is ignorant and is applicable, or at the same time the causes in present day situation, or as the case may be in Biafra land, we must, try to relate it to other parameters. For many of you that are science inclined students, you can bear with me that velocity is the rate of change of speed over time. In other words, you must travel from one point to another before you can be able to understand or appreciate the point where you are coming from. Assuming you are coming from A and you are going to B, just like many of us who have traveled out and speaking about Biafran restoration, because we have moved out and begin to witness what is development in the country where we are. That is what is giving us that passion in us to make sure that we bring our place to be sanity, just like the countries where we are living in. Now I'm going to bring another parameter called stupidity, which is unzuzu. Because when you are talking about ignorance, I don't think if you watch that my program, I'll begin to ponder and say, are we responsible of being ignorant, or who is the causes of this ignorance? Are we to be blamed? And at the same time, I realize that it is not must that we must know something. It is not must, but the only thing is that we should be willing to learn. Just like we said here when we are starting, that we are here is an interactive program, and as I'm coming, I also come with my pen and my paper, even as our sister is speaking. I am jotting some things down. The same with you, because nobody is perfect in life. No one is perfect, and that is the reason why we must be flexible in order to learn from one another. Now, when we talk about stupidity, let us go by the definition like what you told us. You said ignorant simply means lack of awareness about something, which is amari. If I say amari, everybody will understand that, I don't know it. In other words, you are ignorant of such. Then when we talk about stupidity, this is what I think that is disturbing our people. Inability of a person to understand something due to insufficient intelligence. And when you are talking about intelligence, you will now begin to talk about the factors that's affecting those intelligence. There come what is pinning us down. And what are those things? when you talk about intelligence, intelligence is nothing but a broad term that we use to describe the mind of a person. It is a person's capability to think, to solve problems, to reason. If you see one our leader is talking, I just want you to reason. I just want you to reason. We are learning from him, because if ignorance is really the problem of our people, there's no need of we listening to him, because the more we listen to most of the program, the more we learn. Many of us today have learned a lot from Radio Biafra because we are willing to learn. In other words, we become aware of such topic. In other words, we are not ignorant anymore about what is going on in our environment. Now, going back to the intelligence, like I said, to reason out of things, to study, to understand, and at the same time to understand the language you are using, because that's a different thing. We're using English to learn, and at the same time using Igbo to learn. Just like I saw what you posted today, and have been pondering over this issue. You said, and I know this thing long time ago, the Christianity that came to our land, they try to convert this Bible we are reading into our core language so that we can read it and it sink direct in our brain. But what of science? Something like mathematics, something like physics, something like chemistry, all these things that we can use to develop our place, it is not found in our language. They still left it in their own language. It's not easy for us to forget about we are speaking English and I'm thinking that I'm communicating. I'm lacking. There's something that is lacking as I'm speaking to the audience. Not everything you understand. I know it's English, but there's not so much interest in when I'm using my language. If you watch our leader, when you use Igbo to pray, he flows. Sometimes he say, oh, he realized that, oh, people are listening. There are many that are listening that are not Igbo speaking, and at the same time, lovers of freedom who are listening from other part of the world, and you come back to the English language, we were being destroyed. I'm telling you the reality. Had it been we were allowed to continue functioning with our own way of life, which language is included, I don't think we'll be so gullible just like we are today. So many things is missing. Now, if you talk about that intelligence, what are the factors that is affecting someone's intelligence? You talk about child's influence. Today, we have talked about genetics. We talk about the genotype. We talk about the environment. We have environmental influence, which can turn down to family environment or school environment. How is our school system in Nigeria today? What is the environment? People interact with idiotic moron. If you go to newspaper stand today, you become more stupid. If you go to our various universities, they don't care about what to impact knowledge on people. I can begin to, even today, I saw one thing they posted today in Punch newspaper. Portable say sorry to Davido. That is a news for people to listen. One time ago in some newspaper, a man killed himself and run away. You begin to think, how possible can this be? So when we talk about what is making us to be more stupid, I'm sorry that I digress because I know we are talking about ignorance, but I know ignorance is a topic, but I come to realize that it is not really ignorance that is our problem, it is stupidity. And when you begin to define that stupidity, it turns down to intelligence. Then you now ask yourself, what is the factors that affect someone's intelligence? It comes to poverty. Poverty is also, which is, you can categorize it under society influence. Poverty. I think you will eat before you talk about opening your brain, because it affects one's IQ, which is intelligent quotient, I call it. You have to eat now. You have to, malnutrition, that many of you that are into biological line, which I'm not. Malnutrition can affect one's way of thinking. You can see what is going on in our world today. People are hungry. And because they are hungry, they were being used. Today in our struggle, let me divert a little bit to autopilot, because it has been a disease that have influenced our people, and I'm very happy that we succeeded in bringing people out from such disease. How? By educating them constantly. We are shouting like madmen every day. We are shouting on Radio Biafra, shouting on our various platforms to educate our people. Constant education. This poverty, like I said, we have also the one, like I said, school environment. We are learning nothing in the school today. I am a typical example of that. When I came into this country to further my education in the field of structural engineering, as I'm learning inside the class, I'm crying. People are looking at me, but I'm shedding tears. This one is not internal tears. I'm shedding tears outside. People see that I'm crying, but they don't know the reason why I'm crying. We are learning out of abstract in Nigeria. People cram a lot of things that you don't know how it functions. But when I came in here, I was forced to start my bachelor from beginning because I know that if I continue from masters, I'm doing myself bad because the foundation is lacking. When I came in here newly, I have a cousin here. Those days, I think he was still in SS3 equivalent in Nigeria. He was teaching me. And I bent down. That is why I said, willing to learn. Keep away your ego one side. I can't have the self-made architects. So many of them are self-made engineers. So our people are undereducated. Today, many of you bear in mind that Mungo Park discovered River Niger, a whole graduate. Many of them are professors, but it has never occurred to them. Could it be that no one has passed through this river they call River Niger? How can it be a Scottish man who come and discover? A lot of things is going on in our brain that we cannot tender it. That's why I said it is not knowing, because they said he who does not know and does not know that he does not know is a disease. So the way we can begin to go on and on is by constant education. What we are doing, many of you may not know the direction we have chosen. It is the best way we have. No wonder I begin to ponder myself. Is it the reason why Mazi Nnamdi is spending more time talking? Those days we think we need action, we need action now. But we never know that not action is the problem. Do you know what you are going to do when they give you that thing that will tell you to go and into that action, which is resulting down to that intelligence? What are you going to do when this instrument is given to you to go into action? So fear is another thing that can make people like what is going on today in Nigeria, which they call themselves obedient. They don't know. Many of them know, but it is the fear to confront the realities. Many of them know that the best way to fix that place is not by voting someone again or by going run around. We call it another name. We want to they say it's a new Nigeria. Face of Nigeria, change. We have a lot of slogans, but they know. That's why I said is many of them are wicked. I come again with another parameter, wickedness. What is wickedness? Because many of them know. They know that the problem on how to solve a problem or a particular problem is in this direction. But because of what are gaining through it, they don't want to leave that direction. They want to continue lying to people that this is the best way to solve this problem. So I don't want to jump back everything at the same time because I still have to come back again. But in summary, what is disturbing us is what I call stupidity. Is a stupidity, lack of knowledge, lack of something we're supposed to know, and we know that we don't know it, and we keep on educating others on what we don't know. Just like what is going on today in this struggle, we have the one they call to do this, I'm going to do that. Inside him, we know that he don't have the capacity to do that, but he keep on educating others. In other words, he is miseducating our people. And what are you going to get in such a society? Miseducation, misinformation, and they get deformed. So, and at the end of the day, what faces them is calamity. So, let me just stay behind. In summary, like what I said. Ignorance is not knowing. It's not a problem that we are ignorant, but it is wickedness and at the same time coupled with stupidity.
Yeah, Mazi, I have to also I have to bring you also because going by some points you made, which is very clear.
Yes.
I want us to go back when you talk about poverty.
Right.
I can agree and disagree at the same time.
Okay. Correct.
Now, when I say I can agree, yes, when you don't have the means in order to facilitate your learning in one way or the other,
correct,
that is poverty. It is a fact. Yes. But I can also disagree in a sense that let us flash back to the European Revolution.
Okay.
In the case of Europe, because we have to start from the beginning. The Europeans didn't have all their time. It was not no social media, no radio, no 17th century revolutions that was mostly started in France. How? You see that people people were poor, peasants. Many European countries, most of them were on feudal system as of that time, monarchy and feudal system. The people, you know, what is thriving or what was thriving that time was the rulers, that is the kings and queens, and the bishops, religion. They work hand in hand as of that time. Now people, the peasants were working very hard, but they are more poorer than ever. And their kings and queens and bishops were living very splendid lives. When they want to talk, they say their bishop, you know, their religious leaders, exactly what is happening in Nigeria today. We tell them, no, these are touch not God's, and these people, they came, is God instituted them. So when you rebel against a king or a queen, you are rebelling against God, and they keep on controlling them. Now, why did poverty not stop the Europeans from, you know, revolutionizing, coming out from the cage? That is a question I always ask, because I take it back. Yeah.
Yes. Now let me highlight on the issues of this poverty. You know, that's what we call intelligence quotient, which is you know, we have lower one, we have higher one. When I talk about poverty changes your mindset, and which I can say that you can, like for example, when you see a family that are well to do, I mean, they are not suffering from eating 3 square meal in a day. When they subject them to intelligence, I mean, educational system, it affects one's way of reasoning. I mean, when I talk about poverty, it's not that, because when you talk about poverty at home, because there's a difference between someone is wicked, you know, like I said, you know that what you are doing is wrong, you know, just like many of them who can at the same time feed themselves, but they can as well sell that's their mandate or collecting money over it. But when I talk about poverty affects one's IQ, the way you reason, malnutrition, you know, that you are not fed well properly. It affects one's way of reasoning. So when I'm talking about poverty, I related it to which is I think that is a parameter used to measure one's intelligence, which they call intelligence quotient. I don't think that is when I talk about poverty, I related it to one's way of reasoning.
One IQ. Yeah. But Mazi, I agree with you, but I want to take a kind of spin it on the head. Because when you mentioned that poverty, I heard you were talking about the IQ of individual. You were talking about developing the brain, or nourishing the brain, which should give one the capacity to reason well. But I'm going to take a different approach to that poverty thing.
Okay.
And I'm going to start by saying this. A hungry man is an angry man. I'm going to start with that, and I will explain how poverty can prove. That's why I say I agree with you on how you brought it in. And I'm trying to agree with Mazi, what he said, but even though Mazi did not bring it where I'm going, but I'm going to bring it that way, it may sound harsh. Why those peasants were able to revolt was because they became very hungry. That was why I first made the statement, a hungry man is an angry man. Now, what is happening to us now, in that Nigeria, the indigenous people, they are not really hungry. What do I mean? Majority of the people still are breathing somehow. They're still getting away. That is why they are not worried about those who are really, really hungry. Now, there is this, let me put it this way. There was a question that was asked. It was a psychological question. People who are rich, very rich, and people who are very poor, and people who are middle class, which of this group of people do you think can easily be manipulated when it comes to scamming? When the question was posed, most of us said people in middle class. But that's wrong. Because somebody in the middle class is surviving. Though the person might not be rich, but the person can carry on with paying their bills. So they are not easily in the position, psychologically, to throw away their earnings. Because they want to, all this, you bring this, you take that, all these scammers. But you see the person at the bottom is more vulnerable. because of what they're dealing with. So when you bring these stories, when you bring this fake news to them, when you bring these scamming stories to them, their tendency to buy because they want to get out of poverty is high. The rich man, because he's on top there, doesn't want to be poor. So what am I trying to bring in? Our people, I'm telling you that when they are truly crushed, majority are crushed, they will revolt. That's one of the things holding on. It's only people like, let me finish my talk, please. Okay. It's only people like you and I, because we have come out of that system. We are looking inside. We can see what is possible, what is not possible. We are not coming because we are hungry. We are coming because we want to liberate them. We have seen the light. That's the difference. And then some of us you see who do not want to engage truly in this fight are those ones that are selfish. Because they are comfortable, they don't care about the other people. Which is the same thing. Those who are in there, who are still comfortable somehow, who are rich somehow, do not give a damn about the less privilege. But when you have more people that are going to be crushed, you see that revolution. That's why it's like what is happening now with Obi. Somebody like me don't want to talk about it. Let that script finish playing. You will see the same people chanting because they'll be disappointed. They want to make a U-turn. Because where they are now, they have a hope. When you have a hope on that something is going to be okay, it's like Nnamdi that said, when it's not broken, do not try to fix it. So these people we are talking about now are what is called loyalists. They are not patriotics. They really don't love Nigeria. Because when you say you are a patriotic individual, these are people that are striving for the liberty and independence for people in that community or entity. The loyalists are those who want to maintain the status quo. They are loyal to that status quo because they are benefiting from it. They don't want it to go back. So again, it goes back to information. It goes back to awareness. Most of these people that are saying they love Nigeria, they are loyalists because they are benefiting from the system. They are not patriotics. You and I, who are fighting for the freedom of you and I and everybody in there, because we see the potentials, we are the patriotics. That's how I'm coming to address it. That's my own perspective.
All right. Let me just quickly point out this. You made mention of hope, and at the same time, we are talking about the people are hungry. The people are already hungry, and in life, there's always a factors that will be affecting a particular issue. People are hungry, and that takes me to the word you made mention. You say hope. We have an institution that gives that hope in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. So, which is called church. Yes, they give hope. You understand? So when you are talking about people are hungry, but we have an institution who are telling them, don't worry. Even if you are hungry, don't worry. There must always be a hope. Even if they are not even telling them that hope is on earth, it's somewhere. Mm-hmm. So that even if they are hungry at the point of death, they will also believe that there was somewhere they are going where they will be having it in abundance. So this is the reason why it is hard. It will be, and it's also going to be hard for people to wake up. The only way they will be waking up is, I know it's calamity number one, but even as much as calamity is befalling many of them, they still want to that place, the institution, to seek for help or to seek for prayer, so that they can be able to come out of that mess they are into. Like you see what is going on now, you say you don't want to talk about it. I know, even me, I don't want to do double into it, but if you watch out what is going on, they are now going into that institution. That's why you see many of them running to the church. It's just like a kind of campaign, because they know that the man in that place can convince a lot of multitude that this man is the man that many of you that will give you that freedom you are looking for, that will give you that redemption you are looking for. Mm-hmm. So this is the problem. The only way that place will see the light is if all these churches will just cease to exist, so that people can see that they can also make a headway without this institution being there.
You just nailed it, because that is, you just nailed it. What do I mean by that? Yes, what they're giving them is false. There's something that happened in Rwanda. I read the article 2 days ago. The president has closed how many churches, and he's going to close more. He said, because this is the worst deception in Africa. The current president, and that's what we do, because what they're giving them are falsehood. Now, the information they're getting there are not really. That is where you and I, that is where Radio Biafra comes in. To educate, to point out that what you're running towards are falsehood. To make them to think. This person that is giving you this hope, what is his connection between the politicians you're claiming that are subjugating you? They are working in cahoots. So if they're working in cahoots, what makes you think that this thing they're promising you is so true? And if it's so true, why are they here buying up every what is property, every landscape in the community, and telling you that your own is going to be where they themselves are not willing to go? This is where the information is power. That is where awareness is power. Because awareness is what is going to remove ignorance. We're coming back to full cycle. I'm going to leave it.
Okay. Yes. I've heard what you people are saying, which you are correct. But there is one word I want to bring in, which you also we never mentioned. Like when I say I agree and disagree about poverty, I will call it gluttony. Okpa. In Igbo language, we call it okpa, or form of ojiakpa. Primitive accumulation syndrome. That is the main problem we have. When, as you give, the example, case study of our people, on my own view, that is the main problem we have. Okpa. Gluttony. Not even poverty. Now, this thing brings us, I asked that question. Why is it that we talk about poverty, yes, and that is why the excuse we are given. But this poverty spurred the Europeans, the ancient medieval Europeans, into rising up to better their life. That is where I see that common sense comes into play. Common sense is not common. To understand that, look, this, like, in families, you see, in our families today in Biafra land, you see a poor family, the father, the parents will be making sure that at least their children will go to school in order to better their lives tomorrow, to better the family tomorrow. They can even sell lands in order to train their children in school. You see, that is common sense. That is where the problem lies, because one of the reasons I stipulated Okpa, that is gluttony, greed, extreme greed. When the Europeans came to our land the first time, when they were scavenging for slavery or for slaves, they first of all tried to use the American Indians as slaves. But they proved to themselves, they proved to the Europeans that they are human beings. They lost their lives, and today they gain it. What is in the sense that when you see they try to capture an American Indian, force him to be working as a farm animal, he will wait. Any slightest opportunity him or she has, he will kill his master or any of the masters, they call them that time, any of the white masters. He will kill or maim any of them. He doesn't care about his life. They kill him, he doesn't care. So it will happen here and there and here and there, and the white people, they were afraid. They said, these people, we cannot tame them. So they lost their life and they regained their dignity. In our own, they use only snap. Only that it was bottled. It came from a far place they didn't know. That greed. Even our people, we are doing their own, even better in our land. Our kai. Sometimes I reason far back. I say, what made them to see this foreign snap bottled in a very shiny, transparent bottle? White people, they know how to entice. Bring your people and we give you this. And the foolishly fell into it because of greed. That greed, I call it primitive accumulation syndrome. It doesn't matter you are stealing, even if you are not using what you are not making use of what you are stealing. If you are stealing thrown inside the ocean, you continue stealing because that syndrome is there. That is what I see. Because when you look at the Nigerian politicians, it's exactly the same thing they are exhibiting. There's one time I saw on the social media, they whether excavated or in one house, they saw the politician is dead, whether it's late. They saw billions of naira notes, even all those old ones that are changed in sacks. They have been destroyed, stacked, hidden. I don't know whether all this is 19 brigade. That type of person, sometimes I try to imagine myself being in that position of that person. How do I reason? How does that person reason? You will see that it is extreme greed. He took something. He'll always take something to refine the medieval primitivity of people. I don't know whether we have done it. We have not. In our own people, it is not. That's primitivity. That primitive greed is still there. You can call it stupidity, but I call it primitive gluttony. When you still want more. Because of it, you can destroy the future of everybody. That is not your problem. You don't see, look at somebody that calls himself a professor going to report Ipob as a terrorist organization in the United Kingdom, in a country that that is not his country. Reporting his own people as terrorists. Now, when you look at that video, you see the cop that the police woman or man that was there across the count. The way the body language is showing is telling that this man is stupid. He is referring to, he's seen him as a very useless human being. But that guy, because of that type of character he has, that primitive character, that the Europeans, they tried anything they did every way in order to remove that character in them. At least refine it, to use it to their advantage. They go out and loot, they bring it to their country. But in our own land, we kill our own people, we loot our own people in order to enrich strangers. As long as we are as one person part of that loot. When you talk about also we traveling abroad, seen differently, sometimes I don't also see it like that, because there are people outside that they live well. Listen, they are living very well. They are not poor. They see how governments work outside. They see how things work. But their aspiration, internal aspiration, which they manifest also in one way or the other, is to one day go back to that zoo that there is no electricity, that people are miserable, and exploit them, scam them in form of being a governor or a local government chairman, or any political position. He loots, and after he will come back to where he is living, and he will call himself a smart person. Obiano is an example. Now, when you see all these characters, you see that there is something remaining in our character. There is something that is still remaining. This common sense, it is not common. To refine us so that we start using common sense. That is one legacy that Nnamdi Kanu instituted. As I used to say, I call Nnamdi Kanu an Illuminati. He's an enlightened one, a fellow. Because religion will tell you, Christianity will make people say, oh, this Illuminati, do not associate with them, they are bad people. Lie, but they are the people controlling the world. They know the secrets you don't know because they entered inside. Let me continue in what I was saying. Also, as you people said, the system that is government could could also be one of the main causes of ignorance. You know, when we talk about ignorance, you know, I said at the beginning that everybody is ignorant in one way or the other, but there is something primary. I gave example of when a child grows up to 10 years and he still never know how to feed himself, use his hand, take food and put inside his mouth, you know that that child is an imbecile. He has a faulty development. That is why when I'm talking about this ignorance, is primary ignorance. The things we should know as human beings, which others has passed, and we are still lagging behind about it. That is what I'm talking about. So the system, which is the government, could also be one of the main causes of this primary ignorance. State power is very handy in the creation of a type of model of her citizens. Government is highly necessary in the creation or eradication of ignorance. You know, governments create ignorance also. If they want to eradicate it, they want to create it. It depends on you know how people respond or how they want their people to be. That is why you see a Japanese it behave differently from an American. It behave differently. He must have different character. Why? Because he's a Japanese. The same thing, you know, you see a Kenyan is very different from a Spanish because of the system he comes into. Sometimes the systems creates ignorance. Like in Nigeria, the system is meant there to create this primary ignorance. That is why they try to destroy education. That is why they allow religion to fester. You understand? You know, something that Nigeria allows to fester, to multiply. They close eye because they want people to continue swimming on that primary ignorance, I should say. Something that the Europeans, they fought against. Because, you know, I used to give example with the European revolutions. They revolutionized, they rose up. One, they were poor and they need good life. And they saw that people at the helm of their affairs are living more than good lives. Whereas they are doing nothing, they are the people working. Only they command. Religious leaders, the same thing. At that time, that medieval Europe, that is what's common sense. You know, they had common sense. My problem is the question I used to ask: what made them develop that common sense? What our people cannot develop? Because it is through that thing you call common. You know, common is something that is everywhere, that you don't need to, you know, oxygen is common. You breathe in oxygen. You don't know how it works. But when you will know that it is very costly, is when you go to hospital and they put oxygen. They need to put oxygen, like in the zoo. There they will tell you, they will charge you by hour. That time you will know that that thing you call common is not common, really. You know, so how does these Europeans develop common sense to understand that, look, we need to fight for good life, for goodness sake? That is the primary question I used to ask, and I know people will also call in to express their own views about this. That common sense that our people never have till today, Europeans had it at the elite as early as 15th, 16th, 17th century. And they started revolutionizing. They said, no, we must have good life. We are the people. Every time you tell us God, say these people, you are, you know, telling us about God, we die and go to heaven. No. Whereas you are living good life. I saw in the social media one that the Jew, when he entered into his paradise as a church, police everywhere, people kneel down. He come down from his big car, and now people kneel down. You don't dare stand up to greet him. People kneel down, and I was watching. Mazi Methuselah, I saw your comment there. You say Africa youths, why? And also I made a comment. When I see all these things, why are our people are swimming in lack of common sense? That is primary ignorance, that primary one. It is a fault, it is a defect. I call it a defect. Like a child of 10, 15 years that is incapable of using spoon to take food to feed himself. Instead, he's being fed. That is what is we are still in that stage. So, governments primarily use religion in order to foster ignorance to the citizens. Because they believe that with ignorance, citizens should be more controllable. It is like in the zoo, Nigeria. When some of us believe that the sun might be the hellfire, you know, when you talk about the sun or you reason, you can Google as a Nigerian, as a person without that doesn't want to reason. You can Google, oh, how this sun, this and that. But NASA of America sent a successful probe vehicle that was able to enter into the sun's atmosphere. It landed in 2018, where for the first time in history, for some people, the temperature of the sun could reach more than 15 million degrees Celsius. For your information. But they built something, a vehicle that was able to enter into sun's atmosphere. It entered into the first layer of sun's atmosphere in 2018. And here we are. Still, I can now shaka now call one thing or the other. It is highly pathetic. Citizens could rise up on their own to fight this primary ignorance. But it might take a longer time. European revolutions were primarily started by the people. The primary causes for these revolutions stemmed from the satisfaction with the monarchies, which were at the helm of each country. The citizens were tired of feeling oppressed and controlled, and there was a widespread demand for democracy versus a monarchy. This is why there was a lot of bloodshed, and it took a longer time. In Europe, in Africa, if a revolution like Thomas Sankara's revolution, instead of, there's one thing. In Europe, when there is a good thing happening in one country, people rising up, other countries will imitate and do their own. French Revolution started, it spread to England, other countries, Austria, all of them, they rose up because they know that the people are fighting for a good cause. That is common sense. But in Africa, when one country try to do it, even other countries, other neighbors, other African countries will rise up against it. Sometimes I never get this answer. I'm telling you. I don't know whether you want to comment. Please comment, please.
Yeah, I wanted to say that because you said a whole lot, man. I didn't want to lose my thought. That's why I didn't mean to be rude. Mazi, I hear you. I agree totally with everything we're saying. If this common sense, I always hear people say common sense. Yes, it's common because it's available. That's what we mean by common. Something can easily be acquired. But where is the willingness of the people to seek this common sense? Are we opening our minds to receive? Because I'm going back again to a statement I made. I'm going to ask this question. I don't know. I would like either you or Mazi to answer me. During the slave trade, how active were the Europeans in the northern part of Nigeria? Do you know? I don't know. I'm asking a question.
You say how happy? I don't know. I don't understand. Say how?
Okay. During the slave trade era, how many northerners were taken into slavery? Were sold into slavery? Do you know?
Okay.
How active were the Europeans? How active were the activities of slavery in the northern part of Nigeria? The indigenous people of Nigeria, northern part of Nigeria.
It took place also in the north, historically.
No, I said how active? How?
Yes, I'm coming. But it took a lesser, very lesser. But do you know what? The Fulani you are seeing today, the caliphate, the Europeans used them also to get slaves of indigenous population. I'm telling you, this is historical. This Fulani.
I know the Arab conquest. No, I know.
Arab conquest. No, I'm talking of European slavery.
Okay.
It was active, but to a lesser extent. Very lesser extent.
That was why I had the degree. There's something I'm trying to bring out here, Mazi. Slave trade went through all Africa, basically West Africa, maybe. But because there was something you brought out, that was what got me thinking. You said they gave our people meal, gave them snack, which is true. I believe they gave the northern part the same thing. The argument becomes, why were our people so willing to even facilitate, encourage the selling of their own, encouraged it more than the other people? More, I'm using the word more. I'm not saying it never happened. Is the mind you're talking about? Because our people have this tendency of the way we are thinking. It's even what is happening with our so-called politicians today. We think we are too clever. We think we are too manipulative. Get the snap, get the gunpowder, get the mirror from the white man, and deceive him. But you don't know you're already compromising yourself. This is what our politicians are doing today. They will go to the northern part because they want a position or so or something. They know that these people that are giving them these positions and these things are coming with conditions. But some of them in their mind think they can get that position or whatever they're looking for, contract, and then be able to manipulate the Fulanis. That is why you see all of them are so compromised. It did not start today. It goes back to the question you're asking. Because we think we are smarter than anybody we can manipulate. That is our downfall. We don't know how ignorant we are. Because we think we are smarter than the other person. We don't even know that that person is even smarter than us. That opens us for failure. We're playing the same card today. The Fulanis are stupid. The others don't know anything. We go and have a contract with them, thinking we can get away, manipulate them. At the fullness of time, they will come and tell you, if you don't do what we agreed on, I'm going to expose you. It becomes a blackmail. Because we have refused to open ourselves to the place where I don't know it all. Learn. Go and look at people who made it. Learn from them. Taking information. Find out why you continue to be on the downside. Once you have taken that position that you are better than somebody else, what is telling somebody like me that the person to falter, the chances, the degree of person making mistake is higher and greater. We must be in a position to rise up above. This attitude we have is Onyagolamoka. And when I said, some of us here, that's why we are fighting, not all of us here. Because if all of us who have been abroad, who have been in diaspora, have risen to this level of awareness, awakening, Biafra would have come by now. But a lot of us are still caught up in that ID level of consciousness. It's all about me. And what rules this particular level of consciousness is our emotions. We are dealing with, it's all about me. I want to be. It's not about us. So this is where this teaching, we cannot give up. What we are doing, what you are doing, especially you like Methuselah, is trying to give this information. These informations are there. But the point that our people have a closed mind, we must continue to barrage them, hit them with this, so that they can begin to open their minds and see the truth. Again, like you cited or you referenced, and Method reference, the person that is telling you, don't worry about accumulating wealth here. Do not worry about your freedom here, because you're going to a better place. Meanwhile, he is here amassing wealth. He is here protecting himself with real bullets and guns. But he's telling you to take a sticker and put on your car. He's telling you to take a sticker to put at your door, that they will protect you. This is where the teaching comes in. To make them open their eyes, open their mind and think. If what this individual is telling me is true, why is he not applying that principle first? Reality. Instead of telling you something they don't even believe in. So awareness is what is going to remove this ignorance. But unfortunately, what is looking like it's a hard job to do, but it's doable, is because these are behaviors learned. It's part of a culture. Children are not supposed to ask questions. So as you're growing up, you're supposed to follow the footsteps of whatever the elders do. When you ask questions, you look at a bad child, a renegade. They go and look at the society that are making progress. Children ask questions. Because through your asking questions, either the elder is able to answer your questions, or even will make that elder to start thinking. And if they cannot give you a satisfactory answer, you go and begin to find your answer. You go to church, pastor is telling you nonsense. I'm going to send you money alert. And somebody is believing it because he's manipulating you. Meanwhile, every Sunday is asking you to come and pay tithe and offering. If he's so believed or he's so true what he's telling you, he doesn't need your tithe and offering. He can command the money to come straight into the account for you able to use it. But if you don't call it out, because people have been conditioned to follow without asking questions, because from our perspective, that's what we call obedience. That's what we call humility. These are the key words. You ask questions, they say you're not humble. You're disobedient. Which is not truly true. You want to know. Because that's the only way we can grow. If not, we continue to be stagnant where we are because we are not bringing in new ideas. We are not receiving new information to bring us from that level of emotions to a level of reality. I'm going to yield here.
Mazi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I have a question, and maybe I have to throw it open. Because one thing is to speak about issues, another thing is the applicability, so that the thing will start functioning. That's the statement our sister raised, and at the same time you raised that statement. You know, they said the best way to learn is by practicing. You know, there's another day that said, you know, the best way even to teach our children, like many of us that attended nursery school, you know, they use pictures and the realities of life, what we are seeing, even though the Bible said, blessed are those that didn't see but they will believe. Now, coming to the issue of pastors and the congregation, I don't even blame the pastors. What we should be talking about is, what is that thing, like you just asked? How are we going to reverse that thing that is preventing people from not seeing the realities? Because you can't tell me that pastors is driving private jet. The pastor is not driving it in secret. It's in the open. And them themselves know that. Them themselves have no passion. And they're the one that contributed to this pastor to buy this private jet. And they're seeing him. And they're also seeing the pastor with securities. Military surrounded him with the guns. But the same pastor is giving them sticker to go to use as their own security. So the question should be now, what is blindfolding these people from not thinking? And then, you know, like you see Germany, you know, on the one comment section, all these people, they always come out in the midnight. Prophecy, I prophesy, you are going to get a visa to travel to abroad as a miracle. You know, now, what we should be asking, and I keep on asking myself that the same question. What is holding these people from not seeing? Now, when we talk about the issues of religion, and I know a lot of people don't feel comfortable with it. When I always raise this issue during my program, they always tell me, Methuselah, please, let us not talk about this religion now, because when Biafra come,
we go talk about. We used to talk.
I know. So they will tell me that leave it, so that when Biafra come, you will not begin to see that it's poverty that's making people to be going to church. That time the government will be working. I now ask them, can you put the cart before the horse? The answer is no. How are we going to achieve this Biafra if we do talk about what is, you know, holding it down? Because with this, there will be no Biafra with this mindset. So we should first of all destroy it. I know it's very painful. I understand them. Something you were born with. It's just like you know, you are born with some issues, and you've never seen a matter out of a point. Somebody is telling you that this is not correct. It will be you actually understand it. And why I know that it functions, and you will keep on hammering, because me myself that is speaking, I was not like this before. For many of you that know, I always give an example. I was the youth president of a cathedral, a Legion of Mary, and at the same time, among the so many, you know, church programs, we do go to visit Virgin Maria when they come to Anambra or come to Obo. We do go there to see Jesus Christ. You know, and all these days, I will say that it is me. It is me. But the thing is that I've never seen that direction that can expose me for me to begin to thinking in that direction that is already in me. Is in all of us. You see a lot of people today, they are making confession that Nnamdi can't really wake them up. Even professors are confessing. So that is the reason why we will continue speaking. But when you are looking on the issue that is bringing our people down, it is so hard to discover it. It is like multidimensional problems. When you think it's religion, you will see that it's not only religion. There are so many factors that is holding our people from reasoning down. Many of them know, like these pastors now, for example, they know that those things they are doing will not work. Then they say no, that they are defrauding people, but they will continue doing it, feeling that what they are doing, it is the right thing. Even there's a way you'll be doing evil continuously. It will become part of you. You will not even know that this is you are doing, you are purposely doing it. Many of us today, there's a lot of our youth today that in Western world, out of so many issues, they involve themselves in defrauding other people. And when they defraud, they will go to church and give thanksgiving and tell the pastor that the prayer you pray worked, and now I made a lot of money. And the pastor really know that they made this money by collecting it from someone else. And what they do is they rebrand it a name. Just like, is Yahoo. They call it Yahoo, or they call it hustling. It's hustling. Hustling is by collecting what belongs to somebody else, what the person has suffered all the rest of his or her life. You now take it. You become a good thing in you because the church has institutionalized it by then themselves showcasing you what they have because you want to be like them. So the issue we are speaking today is that we will continue speaking about this issue on how to wake our people up. It's not just only one freedom. What is you want freedom? What is involved in it is what we are speaking. We need to change our ways. We need to change the way we reason. And how do we change the way we reason is also another question. Because one will ask himself, is there any parameter one can use to measure what is truth and what is bad? Like I do tell my viewers, what is bad to me might be good to you. But what we are talking about, what is applicable in the society where you come from. Just for example, if you come to this country I'm living now, if you go to every junction here, you have prostitutional houses. This is what they generally agree in their own religion, in their own environment. So what we generally agree in our land is what we're going to stand. For example, if you watch international news today, the Prime Minister of France, they are expelling one imam for making a derogatory statement. They said the man should leave. He was born in France, but the origin is from Morocco. They are chasing the man back to Morocco. In other words, these people put their law even before the religion. The law of France supersede the law of that religion in their land. And that is so this is what our people don't understand. Yes, did you say something?
No, I said that continue. I said that is how it should be.
Exactly. So our people have put in all this in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. That thing supersedes every other thing they are doing. So that is why anything you are doing, they will tell you, no, I will not leave my Jesus. So without him, I am nobody. And it's hard. It's hard. In the same Bible, there's a place they said, at the last day, the CCCs will come, which is human being. They will come to deceive them, to fall out of their faith. You know, I was as you speaking now. So many people have taken us at that CCC. That is the last day, and they will live here and die. The next generation will come again and be looking about that CCC, and the time the world will spoil or the world will come to an end. So it's a very endemic problem we have found ourselves into, and we'll continue. Like you said, you don't know why French Revolution that spread up to so many countries, even here in Austria, to Hungary. They now begin to remember the problem they had before and begin to destroy this monarch that they have now. Today now they are free. But in Africa as we stand today, Mazi Methuselah Nwa just only encouragement during the time of answers. What happened? Many people are saying Nnamdi Kanu destroy answers. That's what they are telling him. Because he just came out and said, encourage them that this what they are doing is what they're supposed to do. Believe you me, they look of where to hold hand to blame him. And that's why I said I raise hand to the leadership of this struggle for not speaking about this issue, to allow them to do their things, because we already know the results. So in nutshell, we will continue speaking and hopefully our people can be able to turn to a new leaf so that we can wake up and wake others up.
But Mazi, if I may, let me come in. Mazi, we cannot free ourselves physically without mentally being free, which is what you just said. I'm just adding to what everybody has been speaking. There's no way you can be free as a human being without mentally being free. That is why even when the Africans or Nigeria, as our case study today, are claiming we have our independence, do we really have independence? Because what we claim, what is really happened that physically we are not under chain and keys, but mentally we are. So are we really free? No. Because if we are free, you and I will not be having the discussion. Then I'm going to go back to something. There was something you said is very leading me now that picked up what you were saying. So education is the key. We must continue to educate our people to know. But you are asking a question. What is it that we must do to let our people understand what we're talking about? And you said one thing is to say something, but another thing is to practicalize it.
Yes.
An example is what Mazi is. I don't want to call it English name because he doesn't like to answer it anymore. Igbo love themselves. He's doing. What do I mean? I don't know him on the personal level, but I watch him. All these people who are, that's why he's coming out and putting it to them. You have been going to church for all your lives, paying your tithe and offering, and the pastor is telling you because you're paying tithe and offering, you no devourer, which is sickness or whatever, will come after you. Okay? Now the person happens to have kidney failure or whatever. And you be going to that pastor is giving you oil and everything, prayers, fasting, throwing everything, speaking in tongues, whatever they are doing, shenanigans they are doing. Instead of the person getting well, the person is getting worse. But then when you come to Igbo love themselves, he's going to use practical money, fly you to a practical hospital. Real individuals will operate on you, treat you, you get well. Stories like that must be showcased. Continue to show. That's the only way you can begin to change people's mind. Turn it around so that they can see the reality that you are not just saying it. These are realities of life. And then when these pastors come up with their shenanigans and putting this squarely on the so-called news media, they are one part of the issue we are going through. They claim to be journalists, but they are not doing their jobs. You see people, somebody will come on television or whatever, social media, claiming that I prayed. Snake or lizard came out from somebody's mouth. Oh, this didn't happen. Nobody goes to investigate that thing. Who are these individuals? The only story you hear is certain man, certain woman. Who are they? Where are they from? When we begin to deal with facts, not just rumors, those who are Thomases will begin to believe. I remember what you said. You said the Bible said, "Blessed are those who believe." Who see? Yeah, you put it down. I was going to go back to that.
Who didn't see? But who
didn't see? But yes. No, I told it the other way, man. Mm-hmm. When I was a practicing Christian, I told them that I was a Thomas Christian. Blessed are those that believe. What do I mean? Because when you have experienced something, it wasn't just what you are told. You have a practical experience. It's not easy to sway your belief. It's not easy to convince you. Mm-hmm. That's reality. I call myself a Jonah Christian. I call myself a Thomas Christian because when I was in church, I asked them a lot of questions. And sometimes the pastor, when he couldn't answer, said, "You just have to be." I say, "No, I don't have to believe. I need to know. I want the answer. Show me even in your Bible. Use your Bible to prove to me what you want me to believe." So this is what we have to be bringing out. Let's begin to tell the truth, the reality, debunking all these lies. Because there are people, unless they really see it, or you have faced them personally, and those people who were going to church, this is one thing I'm going to tell that our brother. I think it's okay is his name, Matthias. I don't want to call his English name because I think he doesn't want to be called. I don't know. I don't want to make mistake here. But people love themselves. I will warn him that anybody that was these people are going to church, when they come to him, they must sign an undertaking that they must come to his platform and tell their story of their experiences. That's the only way you can begin to debunk this thing. That's the only way you can make people to realize that they are being scammed. If you don't do it, some people will think it's a lie. Because you cannot go and take your bath somewhere, then you go somewhere to take your towel. If you believe that what your pastor is telling you, but then when your pastor is, and then if any of these pastors go to hospital for treatment, they should be exposed. Because if they believe that by praying in tongues or whatever, they can heal somebody, why are they not, when they are sick, why they don't go for prayer and fasting and be well? These things must be exposed. There is a pastor that just went and took a second wife. Do I have a problem with it? No. These are the same people that will come and tell you that taking another wife, you say, see, you're going to hell. Stories like this must be propagated. It's part of our teaching to let other people know that being scammed. This world is reality. There's a place for spirituality, but not for what they're telling them. Biafra cannot come by praying. Biafra has to come by people actually doing the works, contributing your money, contributing your life, doing the needful.
Of course.
You can pray all you want. He will never come. These are facts we must be hammering. Because if Biafra, I spoke on this thing, that all the people are clamoring themselves, claiming that they have power to do this. Our Hamadike has been in detention for more than a year. Why have they not go do abracadabra for him to come out? I mean, what kind of money are they looking for? We will give it to them. Because we're going to save lives. We're going to save money we are paying to the lawyers. Whether it's by praying and fasting or whatever, let him go and extract him, whether it is in the traditional healers, bring him out. With your power you claim you have. Those that claim that when they speak to God, God must respond to them. I told God this. God told me this. I have breakfast with God. Can they have a breakfast with God on behalf of Hamadike? So these are how you are going to get these people to begin to think. You know what is happening? Our people are not thinking. Because they want an easy way out.
Exactly.
The God mind is the brain. Every invention, even what we and I are doing today is coming out from the processing of our mind through the brain. There's nothing on this earth, nothing to come that is not going to come out from the mind. You think about it, you ask questions, and you put it into practicality. I can have all the theories I want in this life. If I don't put it in practicality, it cannot happen. Reality. So this is what we must be doing. Hopefully, as we continue to debunk all these lies, people will be coming to the reality and the awareness that you have to rely on facts, awareness, and not on rumors and lies. Look at even the experiment. I don't like to bring his name. How many things have we proposed to these people following him? I will go to Nigeria and start a fight. I'm going to Nigeria. So how many times have he claimed he's going to Nigeria? He hasn't gone. But still, people are following him each time he makes it. They want to believe him. Exactly. Is the problem experiment or the problem people that are following him? Why don't they ask him questions? All the proposals you made, why have you not embarked any one of them? Because they want a way out, big way out, lazy in the mind. That's what I call it. It's part of the ignorance. I'm going to yield it. I just want to bring those in.
Of course, do not forget that you are listening to Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. And Mazi Methuselah Nwa is here with us today with Mother Marien Heather, with me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. And the topic of our submission is the causes. We are looking into the causes of ignorance. As we have been saying, let me continue by saying this, because in no distant time we are going to also open up the lines. But let me say this: the European Revolution is normally called the era of reason. You know, there is the era of reason, which means before they were not reasoning. Before they were living on era of belief. As Mazi, you quoted, the Bible said, "Blessed is he that didn't see or didn't know, but believe." These are the things they use in tightening the brains of our people to make them have limitations. So that when you want to cross over, they say, remember, are you asking God question? Don't be a reprobate. Remember, the blessed is he that didn't see but believe. They increase ignorance in the mindset of our people. You understand? The European Revolution is normally called the era of reason. The period in history, especially the 18th century in France, England, etc., characterized by a critical approach to religion. Oh, Chineke. For us to start reasoning like we must face the reality. We must think out, we must face this religion. I'm telling you honestly. We must face, whether we like it or not, because it is history, it is there. Everybody wants to go to Europe. People are living well in Europe. No, why? Because people face the reality. They remove themselves from era of belief. The Bible say, this and that say, no, belief. They remove them. They say, oh boy, we are living in this world. It's we that live in not spirit. When we go to spirit world, we behave like spirits. Let us reason primarily like human beings we are. And that they started asking themselves questions. These critical questions, which our leader has been trying to push us into critical reasoning, critical thinking. Era of reason. That is the age of revolution in Europe. That is what is called. You understand? The period when the European population started fighting primary ignorance. I said there is primary ignorance. Our people, we are still in that kindergarten ignorance, where people see somebody that is promising them God's protection, but he himself is there being protected by gun-wielding physical, military, and police, and they don't ask questions. What does it mean? They are not out of primary ignorance first, because normally common sense we tell you, but come on. Why is it that this man that is a miracle worker is doing this? He can raise the body, he can do this, he can do that, he can command the heaven to fall, but the military and police are protecting him. Come on, he's using bulletproof car. That person
don't be offended. Yes. It's also in the Bible. Don't judge, don't ask when the man of God is speaking. How are you going to ask him? There's double cross everywhere.
That is why the double cross. I love that statement. They double cross everywhere. They make sure to feel where there will be loophole for you to start thinking.
Exactly.
They will fill it. They make sure they cement it so that you don't think before you want to think. They will put there for you. Remember here. Bible said don't ask questions. That's not my anointed. Exactly. It's God that will teach you. Mazi, we are in the midst. Mazi, there's something. Some people think that the restoration of Biafra is something that will come now. No. We are still far. I'm telling you. Because when you listen, when you look at the way our people are behaving, primary knowledge, primary. You see that I can't far, honestly speaking. We continue doing what we are doing. That is a process, just as you said. In the 17th century, that is 1700s, a European philosophical movement known as the Enlightenment, or the Age of Reason, was making its way across the Atlantic Ocean to the American colonies. Enlightenment thinkers emphasized a scientific and logical view of the world while downplaying religion. Do you see? In Africa, we need to fight against. For Africans to rise up, religion must go down. Whether you must go down. There's no two ways about it. You cannot have your cake. You cannot eat your cake and have it. But I thank God. What is happening now in many Africans? I'm telling you. There is this, it's not something that will come up in 1 day or 1 year. No. It's a process that continues. Sometimes it can even take almost century for that process to complete. into what it should be. That is the reality. So, you know, as I said, in the 1700s, a European philosophical movement known as the Enlightenment or the Age of Reason was making its way across the Atlantic Ocean to the American colonies. That is why you see America today was founded on the theory of this enlightenment. It's an experimental country. That is it. They experimented on what they learned on enlightenment to have a country, to form America, and it worked. Enlightenment thinkers emphasize a scientific and logical view of the world while downplaying religion. Remember, religion abhors logic. Religion, it abhors logic, common sense, and reason. A religion makes you don't reason, don't ask questions, don't do this, don't do that. As a human being, for you to be very good as a religious person, you must be stupid. This is why religion somehow demonized enlightenment thinkers, calling them Illuminati. Illuminati. Oh no, Illuminati. Whereas Illuminati is a designation in use from the 15th century, assumed by or applied to various groups of persons who claim to be unusually enlightened. They are unusually enlightened. They dive into reality and found out things that other people cannot. And they demonize them. Religion come now. Hey, how can they Illuminati? Nah, they are the double cross everywhere. Mazi, the double cross everywhere.
Even when you look at what is happening, or what we are talking about, it's really amazing that we continue to say that people don't get it. I think I just lost the thought I wanted to bring in from what you said. That's why my mind is flying like that. I want to bring it in. But we'll continue to talk. I think it's going to come back to me. We'll continue to talk. But the mere fact that people don't want to ask questions or afraid to ask questions is the biggest of the problem we have. People must be encouraged to ask questions and then get answer for your questions. Don't let anybody stop you. There is no question that is stupid. None whatsoever. Because what you don't know makes you an ignorant at that particular thing. If you don't know anything, it makes you ignorant of that particular thing. And you must know it. So awareness again. But as a thought I just lost, hopefully we'll come back. Okay.
Mazi, to point out something before maybe if it's time for you to open a line. I mean, sometimes we also have to encourage our people, because I know many of them will be crying as they are listening to this, especially those at home. Because when we talk about environment influences one's way of thinking and at the same time reasoning. When you have an environment where what you see every day, you come out. Wake up in the morning, you started hearing from your room megaphone shouting, Jesus is coming, Jesus is coming. Every day by day, the same thing is ringing in your ear. And then you go out of the road, you see people preaching. You put your ear like this. There's so much preaching all your life. You've never tested the other side. That is why I believe that also, in as much as I also agree that travel is also part of education. And even those, some of us that also travel out, but they also refuse to learn. In other words, it's not also the main problem, but that society, the environment people find themselves is as in it contributes a lot towards their growth, because all they encounter in their daily activities, ranging from going to church or anywhere, and even people selling in the market. Sometimes you see old women, that selling. You think you have go into the hands of people that know what they are doing. You see, they will use this pack of cup to sell something to you. Maybe they want to sell you like a 10 cup of gari. Before you know it, 8 may be normal cup. The other one is the back side. You understand? So you look at it, it's old woman. You understand? And during this time of Russia and Ukraine, a lot of old women at home converted, even though they are going to the backyard to get pepper. You ask them, they say dollar have increased because of the war between Russia and Ukraine. So there's a lot of there's an endemic wickedness that need to come out of us. even the music industry today contributed a lot to the stupidity of our people. Not only music industry. If you come to this their movie, Nollywood. Somebody is just going disappear from wall. They shoot gun, enter. All this bastardizing our also our own way of life. Giving religion a lift. Some of them you see they go to native doctor, the thing didn't work. They will go to pastor will pray, the sickness will just heal. We are not thinking on all those issues long time ago. They are really they are in every facet of life in our land. That is why it's very hard. A lot of people that are waking up is a call for jubilation. For people to wake up, for you to live in that area, you wake up. In other words, you're a genius. That's why many of them that used to call me, especially those that do follow me on my online program, when they call me, I remove card from them. One called me. If I tell you what happened, this thing we are preaching, it is sinking, and that is why we need to make it clear exactly what we meant, because ignorance can also make people to do undo. One called me, a child of 20 years. He said, Methuselah, this is a Sunday service. My father is an autopilot. Anytime I want to listen, he said, if I listen, I will not eat. Should I poison him? That's what he asked me. I said, he's gone. Open his arms. Instead, anything I'm doing, go outside where he will not see you to go and listen to. In other words, some of our parents are so gullible. Before we say go to the elderly people to give you advice. This time around, the advice is the place. You can easily see old people. You give them a cola to bless. At the end of the day, you hear in Jesus' name I pray. An elderly man who call himself a traditional ruler, or maybe as the case may be. So the thing is so hard. Like you said, it's going to take centuries. I know as you say centuries. Many people may say, I thought it would be in our own time, and that is a mistake we are doing. We Africans, we always work to gain. We don't want to work for others to be a we don't want to put in works. Some people, like some Europeans, you see them, they know they are going to die in the experiment they are going to do. They were back on it, and they knowing fully well that the name that thing will return. Many formulas were using to solve today. Many of them did it experiment and die of it. And they retain that name, and if you go to their theories, they make sure that they are like, if you go to Newton's law, you go to Faraday's, all these people are names, you understand, but you hardly find our own. Everybody just want to work and at the same time receive it. The same thing that is going on in this struggle. The people they call themselves autopilot. Everybody just want to lie, to so that people will see that you are working, and at the same time you begin to set up a fundraising everywhere here and there.
Like what you said now. Have you seen generational business in our land? That is business that you see Mercedes vehicle. It's something that was since I think 18th century. You see Ford, people are dying to drive today. Exactly. But can you tell me in our land, businesses that pass from one generation to another, and that is continuity. Our people will lack continuity on good things. We don't continue. Instead, when it comes to one generation, the child now, I beg you, if it is 3 or 4 boys, then I'll sell my own. What's it now? Teacher here, can you
what Mazi Methuselah Nwa said about Oliver the Cook. We listened to the broadcast. I think I
did. Mazi, do you know that it is in the Bible? No, do not think about what you are going to eat or drink today. Do not think tomorrow we think this compare human being to birds.
I told you that will kill us.
You compare human being. What about the birds in the air? Your Father in heaven feeds them, and I ask, do you have brain like a small brain like birds of the air?
Mazi, this thing you said, I thought about it 2 days ago. Even that quotation there, do you not think you are not better than the those on the air that the Father takes? How does God take care of them? God take care of them by them eating somebody else or something else, another animal. God does not throw food from heaven to them. God does not. Let's think about that quotation. I thought about it. Do not worry. oh, you're better than the doors of heaven, but God takes care of them, feed them. Does God throw food from heaven to them? The answer is no. The only thing that God gave them some certain abilities, some certain characteristics to enable them to be able to hunt another prey.
Wow, that is
He gave us as a brain, as knowledge, to acquire it to be able to dominate or get over or get things done. And somebody is sitting down holding their hands that God will throw food from. Let's analyze that quotation. God does not bring food from heaven to them. They go and hunt. They only have special adaptation. In our own is our mind that we are supposed to exercise and be able to dominate, be able to get what we want. But that telling you fold your hand, you fall from heaven. So these are some of the misconceptions. These are some of the ignorant people are using. I'm glad you raised it because one of the things I thought about, I'm glad you raised it. And another thing I want to bring in there, Mazi, if you want to open the line again, is Brother Methuselah talked about even women selling things in the market. These women, most of them in our own place are mothers. What do they call them? You know, Christian mothers. But she will go to the market. She's claiming to be righteous, because she goes to Sunday every day, every Sunday. The pastor will minister just because she's paying her tithe and offering. From their perspective, they're going to make it to heaven. But the same woman will go to the market and trying to sell her gari to somebody. Instead of using the full cup, she will turn the back of the cup. And to her, she doesn't realize what she's doing. She's being sinful or wicked to another fellow human being who is paying a full cash. And then the pastor is not going to let them know that what you're doing is wrong because she's bringing tithe and offering. This is what the reasons I learned, because even when my mother was alive, I was calling my mother out. Some of the behaviors were saying, Mama, you're supposed to be a Christian mother. Why are you doing this? My mother will look at me. I say, you can't do it. I say, don't you know that God is watching you? It's not that pastor that is seeing you. You don't have to be careful what the pastor will say. God, if you believe there is God, he's watching you where you are. You can't do this if you truly believe in that thing you're trying to preach to me. So that is why I made, because I realized that I myself, that consider myself a secular person, is more honest than this because I'm practical about the things I do. I am not doing them because somebody is watching me to satisfy the person or please the individual. I am doing them because I believe it's the right thing to do. Fairness, equity, justice, I believe in them. So whether I am in the presence of anybody or not, I am going to carry out the same behavior. That's practicality. These are the issues I want to bring. I'm glad to call that one how we will go back to about Mazi. So, you know, as a project, you want to open the line.
I'll do in a jiffy. Look at the mental revolution being started by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Ipob. It is taking a longer time, yes. But had it been that Mazi, when I'm talking about using state power, that it plays a very big role. But had it been that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is, for example, a high-ranking military officer in the Nigeria setting that took over power with this type of enlightened mindset, he could use the state power in his hand in order to catalyze this revolution that could lead to the balkanization of Nigeria immediately. Something Gideon Okan successfully tried to achieve in his 1990 military coup against Babangida. Also, Thomas Sankara achieved a temporary revolution in Burkina Faso because he was in charge of the state power. Therefore, the recognition of being ignorant is a step in the right direction. This is why scientists always want to understand and know more, because they are not satisfied with their current knowledge. They always feel ignorant of many more things, but a chronic ignorance is confidence that he or she knows it. The first step to real freedom is to first of all remove primary ignorance in our human system. The Nigerian belief that God will do things for us which we are capable of doing as humans is simply primary ignorance. This is what we do here on Radio Biafra. It might be longer than you have imagined, but we must continue in this monstrous fight against ignorance, which the Europeans, Britain, established in order to continue holding us down. The restoration of our common sense and reasoning is precedent to the genuine restoration of Biafra, where we shall no more be swimming in the ocean of ignorance, because ignorance is the main factor keeping us down. Knowledge is power. That is the reality. So I don't know if you have just few seconds to 2 minutes, you will make it before I open the lines. Mazi, let me start from you.
Well, like I always say, thank you, I think, for bringing this program. It's a very educative one. Like we said when we started, no one should be feeling so bad, because I know, having seen what is going on in our environment, one may break down when you look around. Even we ourselves, we're experiencing it even in our struggle. Today, many people were accused of selling Nnamdi Kanu. Why? Because Elohim said, and all of us know that I don't know who is Elohim. Elohim don't know me. And some people want me to believe that somebody in this struggle, in the leadership of this struggle, sold Mazi Methuselah Nwa because of Elohim. So just to tell you that this thing we are doing today is a very nice one. It's going to expose so many things, because I think our people have passed through that stage of superstition, or at the same time believing on all these concocted stories just to confuse people without evidence. I don't think we have been in this mess. Even though the mess we are, because I know we are come out of it. It taught so many things. Because like I said, I love what happened. Because through calamity, through a case like this, you can be able to bring out the best, and at the same time to know who is who. So we have to learn how to hold on to fact with evidence surrounded it, instead of holding on to this hearsay, and at the same time you have no knowledge about it. In other words, you are ignorant about what people are telling you, and you dabble into it as a reality. So we are going to also listen to those that are going to call, and at the same time to learn from them, and at the same time if there's a question, depending on how they directed the question, we are also standing by to answer it. Thank you very much, our brother.
Well, of course, we are standby. One other, please, over to you.
Yeah, quickly, I just wanted to bring this in, and Brother Metu raised it up about the influences of media, our so-called film industry, and our music industry. Is very, very important topic that must be followed up and addressed. What I'm trying to say is, when we look back, even in America here, if you go through the African American history, or even this ideology that has been passed even down to us, that makes some of us to see a white man or a Caucasian man to be more superior than us, it didn't just come. What they did was what they used were things like movies. It may sound like it's not important, but that was one of the ways they would call soft ways to get the people, readjust your mind, psychology to make your mind. You watch the early movies they were doing, no matter how strong a black man may look or may have, at the end of that movie, a tiny little white man will come and kill him. So you're trying to pass that information in a very subtle way that the white man is always superior. That's how they were writing their scripts. So why I'm bringing this, and they're making it look like a black race is, more of animal. Where they will showcase black person then was more of in a jungle as a Tarzan or something. Even at the end of the day, a white man will come from nowhere and kill that Tarzan. So things like that have a lot of impact in the society, because at that time, you're trading to the population who are not informed or ignorant of what you're trying to tell them. So what they're going to believe in that propaganda you're passing to them, especially children. And when they begin to grow with this level, this kind of psychology, they begin to feel inferior. They begin to condition themselves to believe only what you say to them without even making research, because they believe the realities of life. So we have to start calling, what I'm saying is that we must start calling out our movie industry, the Hollywood industry, especially when it comes to things like this traditional thing. All those who are real traditionalists, when they make these movies that are contrary to the true belief or the true value of our system, they should rise up and put up article, put up counter narrative to debunk that thing, and possibly find them. Nobody have anything against them showcasing our values and culture, but they cannot be misrepresenting it. It carries a lot of weight because there are generations that do not even understand who we are, because first of all, history was removed from our society, and now you're giving them this kind of lies and deception. That's what they're going to believe. And then again, like Brother Metu said, they showcase a place where somebody was sick. You go into a traditional medicine to heal you. The DBR man or whatever native doctor was not able to heal. But once you go and the pastor will speak in tongues, abracadabra. These are propaganda that parade the propelling. I don't know whether they really understand what they're saying. Even where I live in America, if you type in Google looking for a herbalist, they have herbalists everywhere. Let's begin to define this thing. A herbalist is somebody who have the knowledge of using herbs and roots for healing, for what is it called, therapies. Okay, they even acknowledge here. Let us separate it from some of these mumbo jumbo that are calling healers. They are not healers. They are doing something else. So what I'm trying to say is, our people should learn how to counteract some of these informations coming out in our society. That is how they're brainwashing our minds, and that's how they're deceiving our people. And there are people that are calling things that are not realities, and things that are realities, they don't want to embrace them. They don't ask questions because they think that these people that are looking at as their role models are telling them the truth. When they're giving them misinformation, that's part of the problem of our ignorance in our society. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. We must continue. And we will go into a few minutes break so that when we come back, our lines will be opened. Please. There is something I want to announce first about a protest that is coming. A protest that is coming in a protest Free Biafra that 1st and 3rd September 2022. Uzodinma, that Supreme Court's governor, is a killer of his own people. 14 innocent youths gone down by hopeless Uzodinjo Ebubago. Hope Uzodinjo, the Supreme Governor, is a murderer. Ojo Banahuaka. He must be chased into oblivion. Everybody should rise up in Biafra land on the 1st and 3rd of September 2022 in order to chase this man out of our land. We shall go into a few minutes break, as I said, so that when I come back, our lines will be opened. Please, don't go away. Be right back.
All right. The title of the article is do you want to know what a scam is? That is the question. Now, a scam is having the Bible translated into Swahili, Igbo, Yoruba, Zulu, Taswana, Ndebele, and every other African language, but having zero scientific book translated into a single African language. That is a conspiracy. That is a trap, and that is a scam. Someone who can be scammed with the same trick over and over again for decades upon decades is considered a fool, and their gullibility and lack of critical thinking make them willing participants in their own demise. I have walked into different libraries and I have seen university science books translated into Chinese, Russian, Portuguese, French, German, Spanish, and so forth. I have seen Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill translated into French. I have seen the Japanese version of A Man's Search for Meaning. I have seen a Spanish version of The Alchemist. I have seen the Korean version of The Art of War. All these books, I have seen them in various languages, but not in any African language. You will never find a church in Africa where the English-speaking preacher would not have a native translator next to them doing the translation. Here's where the scam comes in. You also will never find a school in Africa where the English-speaking teacher will be having a native translator next to them translating chemistry, physics, mathematics, geography, economics, etc. to the students. I have seen many science books translated into various languages, but none in any African language.
The Chinese are taught mathematics in Chinese. The Japanese are taught engineering in Japanese. They are all taught finance, astrophysics, medicine, accounting, geology, management, government, and so on in their languages. The only book that Africans have had in their language is the Bible. And the only time Africans have something translated to them in their language is in a church. Important historical facts. Think seriously about this. The black African, the wretched of the earth, is the only member of the human race who has been brainwashed to think that his ancestors bequeathed him with a curse that has prevented him from attaining aspired goals and life desires. Almost every misfortune he encounters on earth is the fault of some ancestors who must be bound and cast with the fire of the Holy Ghost in Jesus' name. The white people don't have terrible ancestors who have done terrible things. No, it's only the black ancestors. Over the years, the black ancestors have been so vilified by Christians. They pay tithes, stay up all night, fast and pray to destroy the African ancestor in the name of Jesus. The black ancestor is so wicked, he cursed his own kids. Having cursed his ancestors who gave him life, the black man is roaming around the world like a tortoise without a shell. He has no backbone, zero identity. Thus, no race respects him. He is lynched in Malaysia, incarcerated in Cambodia. He is shot like a dog in the streets of America. In Europe, he cleans the white man's sheets and they spit on him. Why would they? A man who hates himself and despises his roots deserves no respect for whatsoever. John Hawkins was a foremost English slave trader, a thief, and by contemporary moral standard, he can as well be called a terrorist. John Hawkins made 3 trips to West Africa in the 1560s and stole Africans whom he sold to the Spanish in America. On returning to England after the first trip, his profit was so handsome that Queen Elizabeth I became interested in directly participating in his next venture, and she provided for that purpose a ship named Jesus. Hawkins left with Jesus to steal some more Africans, and he returned to England with such dividends that Queen Elizabeth made him a knight. Hawkins chose as his coat of arms the representation of an African in chains. Please, am I still audible?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going further. Today, the generations of Hawkins and Queen Elizabeth I are alive and enjoying life from the proceeds of their evil ancestors. They don't demonize their ancestors despite their active involvement in the greatest evil humanity has ever witnessed. Both individuals sanctioned rape, kidnapping, and mass murder, but their children don't bear ancestral curses like black Africans. You'll be hard-pressed to see a member of the British airline publicly denounce slavery. If that is wrong, please point that to me. Isn't it time to emancipate yourself from mental slavery, O ye Negro? If ancestral...
underscore things seriously about THIS underscore. The black African, the wretched of the earth, is the only member of the human race who has been brainwashed to think that his ancestors bequeathed him with a curse that has prevented him from attaining aspired goals and life desires. Almost every misfortune he encounters on earth is the fault of some ancestors, who must be bound and cast with the fire of the Holy Ghost in the name of Jesus. The white people don't have terrible ancestors who have done terrible things. No. The black ancestor is so wicked he cursed his own kids. Having cursed his ancestor who gave him life, the black man is roaming around the world like a tortoise without a shell. He has no backbone.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. I don't know what is happening, but we must overcome. Our lines are now open, please. I'm having some static noise, which shouldn't be. But our lines are now open. Do not forget that today is the 30th day of August 2022, being Tuesday. You know, we must continue from time to time in this panel. I'm assuring you. Our direct line is as usual +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have many callers already lining up, but please, when you call, try to be fair so that others make your call to be as brief. Go straight to your point so that others will also speak, please. Therefore, I have a first caller. Let me put up the whole thing. What is happening? Where is the... I have a first caller on WhatsApp. First caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Continue doing good evening to you. Mazi Methuselah Nwa good evening to you. Wada Mariam, Ezinne Nwa, I greet you very, very well. Thank you guys for your beautiful work. In fact, you guys are a gift to Africans in general. Mazi, I want to put mouth on the topic. It's a very, very this your topic this evening is giving life. You know, what is happening to us? In the beginning, I will say is the colonization who caused it, because before these people came to our land, it is a history that we keep what is called. So we have fear of God. So we have fear of God, and we don't lie. There are times we don't lie. Lie and all this calamity, all this thing happening now that is in us today. If you see, is what colonization is people of which is missionary. You know, so to our people today, what Christianity in fact have done to us is more than this. Christianity is more than nuclear weapon. This missile is more than nuclear weapon, because whatever somebody could do to get you mentally, it has destroyed you, because it has what makes a human being is ability to think and reason. It makes us we don't think normal anymore. Talk about when somebody in home is sick today, you go to pastor will pray for you for your sickness, go. But that pastor will be sick, he will enter private jet and come to Europe here and have his medication and take himself. You see, and our people are still even believing in this rubbish. Even in my own family, you know that my own family blocked me from family WhatsApp because I said I believe in my ancestors. Please don't pray for me in the name of Jesus. My own family, they block me. This is what religious, because first of all, my name is Educative Joseph Biafra, and I am from Ipob in Orumba province in Amabara state. So my sister, you guys are doing a beautiful, in fact, this is what is called freedom. It's not about having free. Are we free? What people don't understand what is called this freedom. Are you which freedom? What question is which freedom are you looking for? Is it freedom mentally, or you want to be free economically? No, we want to be free economically and free in religion and be free everywhere. This is what we want. So, and this is number one freedom. to free ourselves from mental slavery and from mental slavery book which is called this Bible. It was written. It was written here in Europe. They make all this, to put us down. There is a clip that is trending now in Facebook. Mazi Methuselah shared it. I copied it for Mazi Methuselah program. When the European copied all the science, they translated the sciences, how to manufacture, how to move their life on to their languages, but didn't translate the Bible. Only Bible was translated to African to keep us the same mental slavery. The more you read that Bible, you go deep in, you kill yourself deeply. Mazi, may God bless you guys. In fact, this program more than in a million. May God bless you guys. I still remember your brother. Mazi Onyede Kachi Joseph Biafra. Ochishiburu Biafra one. Iwe Biafra Gushime very easy. I greet you, my brother.
Remain blessed. We must continue. Caller on signal. Just hold on. Let me see. Let me announce what I said before. It is not, the protest is not in Biafra land, please. IPOB UK protest against Hope Uzodinma's Oxford visit. We ask all Biafrans, Ndimo especially, friends of Biafra and lovers of freedom, every Biafran, whether you are Ijo, Igala, everybody, to join IPOB UK in peacefully protesting the invitation of Hope Uzodinma to University of Oxford. The schedule is as follows: Thursday, September 1st, 2022, 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Education and awareness campaign. And Saturday, September 3, 2022, 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Mega rally, so community engagement. Main venue, Western Library, University of Oxford, Broad Street, Oxford, 0x1 3RG. Hope Uzodinma is a murderer and human rights abuser. He is not welcome. Nwa Chinemere, IPOB UK National Coordinator. That is the announcement. I have, let me pick this caller. Caller on direct line, welcome to the program. Can you hear me, please? Caller on direct line, can you hear me, please? You go on. Caller on direct line, no, I don't know. That's it. Okay, caller on signal, please go on, my brother. Thank you for holding on for going to 8 minutes. Go on, please. Caller on signal. Mazi, caller on signal, please go on, go on. What is happening? Just hold on, please. Hold on. Why is the sound not coming? Go on now. Go on now.
Okay. Good evening, my brother Jonathan, and good evening, our sister Marien, and Methuselah Nwa. Good evening to you, and good evening to Biafrans all over the world and lovers of freedom. My name is Ikanch Kumada Abuchi, and I'm coming from the Netherlands. So thank you for this program tonight. Let's say the causes of ignorance. I can tell you, my position is that it is more of, it's not by nature. It is more of nurture, and I will expatiate. Before the contact with the Europeans, Africans were, let's say Biafrans were building, of course, from parts of Africa had very big civilization, and Biafra was civilized. We are building things, building pyramids, building boats that travel far into the world. And we fought these people when they wanted to, colonize us and enslave us. Our people fought them, as you know, for 31 years. So it's not by nature. It's not nature. It is then nurture, as our sister alluded. And I will give you this. I'll give our people this. to say it is by nature. To control a people, you must first control what they think about themselves and how they regard their history and culture. When your conqueror makes you ashamed of your culture and history, he needs no prison walls and no chains to hold you. This was said by John Henry Clark, an African American. He's a professor, he's a historian, he's a pioneer in creation of Pan-African and Pan-African studies. So, what I'm saying here is that it's by nature. These people have gotten us where they want us. They had us demonize everything about us, about our ancestors, like the clip you played. Our ancestors are bad, they are criminals, they are abominable, we have to be cleansed from ancestral cause. But the people who killed millions of people, committed all manner of atrocities, hung people's heads on the wall, just naming it, they did it. They haven't ancestral causes. So this is a conditioning they have placed us in. And so I want to tell Africans listening, Biafrans and lovers of freedom, there's another thing I want to say. A race that is solely dependent upon another for economic existence sooner or later dies. This was said by Marcus Garvey. You know that Marcus Garvey was a Jamaican freedom and a freedom fighter and an activist. So we must be in control of what we eat, our medication, not only the personnel and the application, but the production of it. You see, the war in Ukraine brought famine in Africa, but because the wheat they were bringing from Russia and Ukraine couldn't come, and people were already panicking because of hunger, while we have one of the fertile lands in Africa. So we must go beyond the dependency. If Africa, if Biafra, if all people in Africa and especially sub-Saharan Africa will break through, we must be in control of our economic lives and other aspects of life, even minting our money and so forth. And then I come to what we call poverty. There are many levels of poverty, but we must not negate that good nutrition to a child will help in the development of the brain. But then you have another part of poverty, that somebody is very gifted in mathematics and in the studying, but the family, but the family is so poor that they couldn't send him to secondary and tertiary education. I witnessed it. Some people, I was in primary school. When I was going into secondary, they had to go to learn a trade. Not by choice, but by the circumstances of the family. That is poverty. And so what we are saying is that the poverty of the mind that makes our people to continue to follow, stay in mental slavery is different from the biting poverty that a child doesn't have a 2 or square meal, pockets of 3, and even if he has a meal, then you have to ask how balanced is that meal. Of course, by nature, we some of us grew, especially some of us that were born before and during the war. By the grace of God, we didn't have mental retardation, but that could be a causal consequence of brain inactivity owing to the not being developed because of malnutrition or lack of nutrition. And then I come to a point that you have made, my brother Jonathan. Anybody can talk about it or not, but I want to touch this. Enlightenment versus Illuminati, because you are saying that they are demonizing in Illuminati or not. I don't know what it is, and I don't want to defy anybody to who wants it or likes it. But what I want to say is that enlightenment and the Renaissance and the illumination of the mind or preaching of it must be distinguished from Illuminati organization. Why am I saying this? We must do that because we want to avoid what you call confusion or misinterpretation. Because some people will just jumping up say Jonathan is advocating Illuminati organization in the radio Biafra. It is the traditions will say this. But if you preach the illumination of the mind, enlightenment of the mind, and the renaissance, that our people have to move from the edge of superstition to the edge of thinking and practicality, it will be more understanding for the people so that they don't misconstrue or misinterpret. I don't know if I still have any time, my brother.
Just 1 minute to round up. Go on.
Okay. Let me read. Oh, there was something I wanted to read, but let's read it. But I thank you all and your guest in the or co-host in the studio to continue. And may God bless you all, and may God bless Biafra. Thank you and good night.
We must continue. Well, I don't know whether any of you want to say something before I continue. Picking any of the calls, please. If you have, you indicate. If you want, you indicate. If not, I continue. Because calls are coming. Well, I hope you people are there. Mazi. Yes. Where am I not? Why the hold on, please. Just hold on. Where is your
And that is persecution. Until you get into this school of thought, it's not really what people purport them to be. Like they are secret in like that killing people doing rituals. No, really. These are people that expose you to knowledges that you may never have thought about. So, him invoking Illuminati, the question is, what are the Illuminatis? Who are they? Or who were they? These were mostly people that they were builders. They were people that designed this world you and I are enjoying today. They were the architectures. So, if they have any other dark side, I don't know. Because when I practiced rosicrucian, I was going to Ikaka and green messages. I was never exposed to something like dubious or something like devilish. It was about reading, trying to acquire information and knowledge. That's what I wanted to add here, because people have that impression that because they are called secret society, there's something very devilish and dubious they are doing. Not really so, not necessarily so. That's what I wanted to contribute.
Of course.
All right, 1 minute. You know, like our brother rightly said, and brother Jonathan always defined this when he was even making mention of it. Illuminati is just is a Latin word which means enlightened. In Africa, when things enter there, it become another thing altogether. Just like many cultism we do see in our school days today, even both pirates, buccaneers. If you come to Western world, all those things are used to make sure that the school system function very well. There's one they call Nutritional, of which many of you know what it stands in America, but you have it in Nigeria, and they're using it to be killing one another. So it's just the meaning in African society is what we will just tend to explain more to them, because when you were mentioning Illuminati, I know they have brainwashed them. Even if you go to the churches today, they see Illuminati as evil. That nobody should talk about that. Is an Illuminati, is a child of Satan. And even as I said, who's Satan? What is Satan? So these are the names, dehumanize. Just like the Ipob today. We didn't struggle so hard. By now they will say we are terrorists. And then in the eyes of others we become terrorists. Of which we are just fighting for what belongs to us as freedom fighters. So it's the name that people are looking upon. They don't understand the whole meaning of that word. So I don't think there's any other Illuminati. What our brother means, the main Illuminati many of us know. But the main meaning of Illuminati is enlightened. And I think this is what Mazi said. If I'm mistaken, you correct me, Mazi.
Of course, that is what that exactly. Illuminati is, you can even, it's just as you said, it's a language, or can I say language problem? You can use
it's a language, Latin, yes.
Illuminating your brain, illuminate the room, put lights, on light. So when you say Illuminati, people that are enlightened, lights, they have been enlightened. But you know one thing, just as you mentioned, anything you brought to Nigeria, they use it for evil. Black X, all these societies in other countries, they are using it for excellence, to build up a context. In universities, there are secret societies in other countries for knowledge sake. But in Nigeria, once they bring it, they turn it, darkness. We need to destroy that place, honestly. Anything that comes there, it will be turned into another thing. That is why our people, out of ignorance, Illuminati, no one Illuminati, that is rubbish, lie. They are the people that design what you are enjoying, the world order. Everything has order. The body we are using, me that is speaking, is my mouth speaking. But you call me Mazi Jonathan. But it's my mouth that is speaking. It's an order. A hand is here holding one thing or the other. Leg is for walking. So the body must have order. The same way the world must have order. If not, it becomes anarchy. But if the way religion in Nigeria we interpret it, we must continue in what we are doing. Caller on the direct line. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on direct line, are you there? There, we'll go on, please.
Of freedom. Please, let me start up by saying this. I get to understand that when a lecture is being presented in a classroom, many pupils or students get to understand it in their own different interpretations, but at the end of the day, all they are looking for is to be score higher, fine, sometimes not comprehending the right thing. So let me start by saying this, like I said, I came to realize that there was this word you people use mostly when you are presenting your analysis, and you talk about ancestors. That we here in Nigeria, especially the indigenous of Nigerians, I'm not talking about Africans, because I think the person who read out those things might be an African who has been illuminated too. So now in this context, I came to realize that there is unawareness of the word, the vocabulary, what's it called, ancestor. You see, like they said, they wrote Bible with English language without only Bible, they made an interpretation of it down to deep in our bone marrow so that we cannot run away from this slavery that they have anticipated against us. Now, I think it is also a good thing. Some of those philanthropists among us, I'm just saying it's some sort of contribution. I'm just saying it, most of our philanthropists who will go to the village December period and say, come and play football, I'll give you 300,000, I'll give you this. Send some good preachers out there in your rural areas to begin to interpret this word called ancestor. Because the way they just carry the boom like bomb into our mind, even before God and man, if I lie, let me try standing here. In as much as I think I know one or two things, it was just today I began to give myself an explanation about this ancestor. I don't know if you are getting me. So I get to understand that many of us don't understand what ancestors. We think that ancestors are evil thing against us. So, and that is why when these idiots who have been rated with unemployment tell you that God is calling them with MTN or maybe Glow Line and all that, they begin to deceive people like me and tell me that ancestors is a word that will take me to hellfire, you understand? Not knowing that I am being ignorant of the vocabulary called what's it called again? Ancestors. Then click down the path. I can also to understand that many of us who think Christianity is the problem, Christianity, I think it's in this platform that you and Auntie was making things so understandable to us. There was a time you talk about, there was a topic you raised and you talk about what happened in Japan. And I get to understand that also in Japan, that this idiot called the Britain came to them with gun and they went behind their closet and bring out their own gun and say, is it this type that you want? We can give you this. And they saw that they have the same thing they have, they run away. So these are the things, those Japan who built those guns and keep for their purpose of whatsoever reason, have their religion or culture, whatever you can call it. So this issue of identifying Christianity as a problem, I don't even think Christianity in America is not the same thing they're practicing. But they have this sense of analyzing things, sense of reasoning and all that, and they are so rich with development and human development and all that. So I think a lot of these philanthropists among us or under Agora Bukarian and the Kanu, they should start coming down home and do some campaign on the ground and let us understand this thing well, because tomorrow or in a few days now Sunday comes up again, and the pastor who must have listened to you people will say, leave these people, they are preaching heresy, and they don't even understand the word heresy, and they begin also to tell Nnamdi Kanu have 10 people on the platform again to start deceiving people. I don't want to listen to. Do you understand? So these are the challenges we are having. It's not as if we are fighting against any religion, but we want to diagnose things and let people like me understand that I'm working on the wrong path. And I thank God, honestly, if I have a list of things like this night, I'll pay a tithe or maybe offering. You know, but it's not just only that. A lot of work is going to be placed on ground for people to understand what is going on. Thank you for now. This is all my name is Methuselah Nwa from now. Thank you.
Remain blessed. Thank you. We must continue. What we are doing is symbiosis. We learn from ourselves. That is the thing. As we say, nobody knows it all. That is it. Caller on what's up? Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes, Mazi Joe, good evening from my location.
Welcome to the program.
I greet Mazi Methuselah, my mentor, and Madam T. Hera. My name is Mazi Jidoko. I'm calling from Dakar, Senegal here.
Go on.
Am I coming out?
Go on.
Okay, thank you so much. Mazi, what I have to contribute, I have a contribution and also a question. Because what the level of enlightenment we are getting on Radio Biafra, honestly speaking, when I studied 4 years in university, couldn't get such enlightenment. And Radio Biafra has become a second degree I'm going to now to enlighten myself more. Now, this must permit me to correct this impression, in as much as we are talking about religion, we like us to be mentioning the religions, because when we talk really about religion, you remember Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said Biafra is also our religion. So, in the sense that when we are talking about this religion, we categorically mention their name, Christianity religion, so that our people will understand the difference between the religion of Christianity and the Biafra as a religion. So that is a little correction I want to make.
You're on point. Go on. You're on point.
So now, Mazi, I have a question, and before that, I will also make a contribution. Now, I want to ask, in as much as we are talking about religion and the calamity and the disadvantages they have brought into our land, and now the traditional, I can't say it's traditional, the, let me say, ndị dibịa ndị anọcha na Facebook na-akọ ọtụtụ mmụọ mehem, ha na-afụ as an opportunity to come up again and begin to do their evil. Because we are talking down on religion because of the evil they are committing in our land, and some evil native doctors are springing up, seeing it as a opportunity grant for them to, dominate with their evil again. What should we do about that one? Then, second question I want to ask. Mazi Methuselah made a program, I think, about either on Sunday or on Monday, Sunday. He showed a video of when these people to our land to teach our people English, and they are learning. Keep quiet. Then I'm not asking, the way they dominated our land, teaching our people to forget their dialect and to forget their race. I've not seen such video whereby they sat down northern people and educating them, also making them to forget their language. Because why I ask this question, Mazi, is because when I went to North, in fact, when I was in the zoo country, if you see an Hausa or Fulani man trying to speak their language outside, you'll be mocking them as in they are uneducated. But it's when I came to this place I am today, and the enlightenment I've acquired on Radio Biafra, now begin to understand that these people really know what they are doing. Even though when you are trying to speak English to them, they will resist that English and continue speaking their language. So I'm asking, is there anywhere these people who dominated us to change our language? Is there anything like that? Something like that? Does it happen in the North? Because the force and the impression they bring into our land in as to change our language through education, I don't know if something like that happen in the North. So that one is a second question I have. I'm asking. Maybe later you can also answer. Then another thing that I want to ask again is that I want to suggest, let me say it's a suggestion. You see, we thank God for Mazi Matthias, but he has changed his name to Mazi Ejiofor, Mazi Ejiofor Zako. Now, the solution I have on what is doing, and as we are fighting this evil religion that dominated our land, and their fake miracles and this thing they are doing in our land, I think I've told Mazi Ejiofor Zako, Igbo love themselves privately, and I'm saying it to the hearing of multitude of the and listening. I want this season that as they are arranging their crusade this season, I want Biafra to open their eyes. Anybody who raises crutches, let them identify that person if you want to arrest that person for proper interrogation after the miracle. I think this thing will really fight this religion and fake miracle in our land. If them say this person has regained his sight or the cripple has walked, after that crusade, let there be a volunteer people who will follow these people. If you want to get them arrested for interrogation, I think this thing will limit all those fake miracles, because since I monitor Mazi Ejiofor Zako, Igbo love themselves started that, and also Biafran Ipob has begin to dismantle this their falsehood. You see the miracle and crusade that's reduced in our land drastically. So this the another area in which we can be able to fight this people. Anybody who raises the cross his head in a crusade ground, let there be a volunteer that will follow those people for interrogation in the next day. Doing that, I believe that our people will wake up. Finally, Mazi, please permit me to tell our Biafrans this. You know, day before yesterday, I just went back on an interview between our leader and the Masanga. And when I began to listen to that interview, I wanted to tell our people to go back again and listen to that interview of Masanga, Kenya. So that you will see the more reason Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. Because of the level of exposure Mazi Nnamdi Kanu brought into that interview and the unity that interview bring into Africa. Just only that one interview. And the next coming of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu interview towards that platform, they couldn't allow him again. That was his kidnap. Because the level of exposure on that interview was another roadmap to unite Africa together. That interview he had with Masanga. Thank you, Mazi. If I could explain it, I will take much time. Thank you so much, Mazi, for giving me this more time. God bless you.
Bless you too.
All right.
I think the questions you ask, we will also use it while concluding the program, so that to allow other people to also make their views. No? Caller on Signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan.
There we
Good evening. Yeah, Mazi.
There we welcome to the program.
Yeah, I just want to say a very big thanks for the program tonight. My greetings to our sister Marien and Mazi Methuselah. We are doing wonderfully good. And you, my beloved brother Jonathan, just as you keep on saying that we have no back to go, we must continue. Fellow Biafrans, my name is Mazi Akas. I'm calling from Austria. I'm by the special grace of Biafra. I am the IPOB Austria National PRO. My brother, you have said it all this evening. IPOB Radio Biafra, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, remains an institution. It remains a radio that whenever we come here, we begin to learn most of the things most of us have no opportunity to learn even when we're in school in the zoo. I heard when our brother Methuselah was saying that when he came here to continue for his education, somehow he was crying. My brother, you shouldn't. Can I put it? What we are passing through in that zoo called Nigeria is hell. A place whereby they turn everything upside down. They make everything there look, I don't know. It is annoying that some people who are living in that country called zoo, till now most of them can still stand up, keep on defending something that are killing them. A place where educational system have been shut down, also have been shut down, getting over a year now. The government of that country don't want to do. Rather, they want to prescribe as I can't understand how Fulani have analyzed the mindset of the so-called sociological republic. All of them cannot reason. The truth about it is that until people understood what we are saying here on Radio Biafra, this is when the mindset of our people will begin to change. They will begin to understand that the enlightenment which our brother Jonathan and you, Mazi Methuselah, Sister Marien, are trying to bring here is to open our minds that we cannot begin to reason like normal human beings. Because most of the people living in that zoo, Mazi, believe me, this thing we are saying tonight, most of them will be seeing it as if even you, Jonathan, you are an antichrist. But not knowing that we are telling them the facts. Saying something that you can feel, you can touch, you can see. Because even if you want to understand what we are saying now, we've been living here in West, maybe trying to reside here for some years now. When we come to that soon, in the first week, they are going to be there. Things will be, you will see them as if is this your normal being. Until maybe after 1 week, you begin to feel the same way they used to feel that way. The system is too corrupt. Everything is corrupt. What type of country is this? This is why we cannot continue to live in this country. It is impossible, because we have come out here and see how life functions, see how society functions, see how government treats their citizens. But do you know, even in this country we are living, sometimes they will share money to their citizens and put some money in their accounts, making life easy for their citizens. Even we that came here also benefit from it. But this is what I talk to you. But we are benefiting from what the government has said, that they don't do it here whether you are an Austria or whether as long as you are living here, have a residence here, anything they are giving out, you will protect from it. This is how government functions. Also, do you know, I was setting something inside my house, and I don't know what happened. I found where I was paying my tithe. I calculated the whole money I paid on that tithe. It was over 2,000 euro. I felt like this money should come back to me. Even when I was paying that tithe, they come, we asked, please, can you tell us how much we have in account in the church? Mazi, it becomes the person that is holding the money of the church and told the tithe that we have no right to ask.
How can you ask God question? God that have eaten the money.
that are paying tithes 10% of my salary every that I have no right to ask. How much do we have it? I begin to ask, but this is a money we are asking us to be, bringing that we are going to use it to build the house of God. At the end of the day, when we ask you, how much are we having? You will turn to target that you have no right to ask. This is when I begin to understand that this is fraud. And this people cannot boost my brain anymore. Though I'm still going to church, but I go there with my brain intact. Nobody can confuse me with that abrakadabra. Our people should wake up. What we are saying in Radio Biafra is that our mindset must change with this nonsense they are doing to our people at home. If somebody will be sick, instead of you to take him to hospital to treat that particular person, stupid man will take one oil, pour it in his head and saying that Jesus Christ is going to heal the person. At the end, that person will die in the hand of pastor. But when that idiot is sick, he will run to a Europe or run to a good hospital to treat. Why can't you pour the same oil on your head and ask Jesus Christ to come and heal you? Simple things. They bastardize everything. Mazi, it's only Biafra. We will keep on preaching this thing, and it's sinking, just as our brother is sinking. Biafra is the only solution that can put a cement of all this rubbish, because the zoo have destroyed everything. Anybody can wake up there and do anything you like, as long as you know one big man, you can kill and go free. This nonsense must stop. Thank you, my brother, for giving me the opportunity to make sure that God bless you guys.
And you too. Thank you very much. We must continue. I have callers everywhere, including direct line, but I cannot stop somebody talking to pick calls on direct line, and I cannot pick them to keep them waiting. So that is the dilemma. Caller on direct line, can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazi, but I'm coming from the Republic of Mazi. Mazi, this is a topic and I want that this radio from this University of Educative. Everybody who needs this lecture, this life is using a lot. What is the highest institution, highest university in the whole world? Mazi, it's not easy. and that is you, that is you, Nigeria. Some of them always say, when fire is burning in your house, or market is burning, they'll be shouting blood of Jesus. And that person shouting blood of Jesus is running away. I think that blood is going to go and bring fire service to, or bring water, warm water to come and quench the house. The answer is no. That the fire will burn through bottom the head, the whole house, and transfer to another house, and push everything, which is not here, everybody will die. And I ask them, we are calling blood of Jesus, then why you run away? If you think that blood of Jesus you call, you protect you, why did you run away from the danger? You could have stand instead of the blood of Jesus, you protect it from the fire not to burn you. That is a thing that, and also brainwash, this is religious brainwash, they are used to choose their people down. I think the shooting is done. I am calling for the Jesus. At the same time, I am calling for the Jesus. You are running away. Why don't you stand so that the God of Jesus will not remove the bullet or collect the gun from the person who is shooting the gun so that the bullet will not touch you? The answer is no. After creation of God of Jesus, you throw them away. That means you are defeating yourself. That means you tell me that the God of Jesus can never protect you from the danger. You see? So many things have gone wrong in our land. Our parents have become mentally to this slave. Religious belief they brought to us, and anything that enters African people hand, many people, they use it more than those that give it to them. Today, people are now people, they are not Catholic more than people. You see, that is why, and that's you. Only Biafra will reverse everything. This is why Mazi has brought enlightenment to us. And then my brother who say about the Biafra religion, yes, Mazi, I can give you 100% answer why Biafra is a religion. Number one, Biafra is where you have life. For the kingdom of God is Biafra land. Every other thing will come after. When we have our country called Biafra, every other thing will be supplied to us because everything that is made for us to human being and survive is in our land. That is kingdom of God in this earth. Because when Trump win America, he say America first. He say any other person. That means the government of America, every good thing, the government of America first. You say any other thing, say your country first, your life first. Because only those who is your life will take judge. Okay, then let to judge. So our land first became another thing, our life first, our nation first became another thing. That is why Biafra is our religion. But when you have Biafra, you have life. When you are free forever and ever. So every other thing is abundantly supplying surplus for us. So your life became another thing. That's why Biafra is our religion. You are going to say another thing. That's the way you have life. I have freedom.
Ndewo Mazi. Thank you. And remember blessed. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp. Thank you for holding on for going.
I can hear you, Professor Jonathan.
Oh, Mazi.
It's your brother who's the scavenger. I'm calling from Africa Sud in South Africa. I greet you, I greet my leader, Nnamdi, Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. I greet Biafrans, I greet all Ipob members. I greet my brother, Methuselah. To you, you talk well. I greet you also. Professor Jonathan, I greet you too. Professor Jonathan, you know this evening, I am 100% sure with our sister, that our people, they are not really hungry. They haven't shown exactly that they are pressed. They have shown what they haven't seen what the Europeans see before the Europeans decided to take the bull by the horn by fighting their oppressors. Because the reason why I'm saying it is that I want to ask you also a question, Jonathan, Elder, and Stella. We the IPO, the genuine IPO, are we not good? Are we accomplished or not accomplished on this or on this our side? Because the reason why I'm saying it is we have seen already that revolution is everywhere out. There is no our preaching, and the reason you can see how a black man reading. A black man, if you touch a black man, if you tell a black man to teach a black man something to feel, it will take him 60 years to understand what you teach him. So now we have known that the revolution is the only the answer. But now, how will this revolution start? How will we engineer this our people to carry on this revolution? Because we during the small protest about hope most of them do the chief we engineered our people to come out to stop this man about the bag.
Mazi, are you still there? Come on, it's reconnected. I don't know. Mazi, what is happening? Your listening is reconnected.
Oh.
Go on, Mazi. Go on.
Reconnected.
Go on.
Can you hear me now?
The whole world is hearing you. Please go on. Round up, Mazi, please. Go on.
Okay. What I say is that you know now. People, I don't know why they are not rising up. Is it because when they are sick, we send money for them to go to private hospital? We buy GP tank and give them the fresh water and put inside there. Is it why they are not rising up? Because had it been that they are like, let's say that this South Africa here, anybody who is sick go to general hospital. If there is water, scarcity of water now, they don't go to look for water, they wait for government to bring water for them. And if government didn't bring water, they shut down the street. So why is it because we, the IPOB member in diaspora, are we pampering them too much that they cannot rise up and see what we are saying? Why should they stay and wait? Our leader have told them, we have been crying, but every time they wait for you to even send data for them, you send even data for them, they don't listen to radio. Most of them, they send money, they don't even listen to radio Biafra. Because some of them say they only listen when our leader was speaking. Some of them only listen because our leader speak English. Our leader, they think that everybody will be our leader. So what do we do? Because we are pampering them. And it look like, is it that because we are soft, because we are genuine people, that is why everybody can rise and talk down on us. Somebody like this man called Odus or Kanu will rise up and tell Biggie and call Biggie and Abisha them to come and kill our people, to come and kill us. Tell the go to impostor and beg him to come and kill his own people, and he's still there. And somebody will go and drink beer and with that same Biggie and Abisha, the fake name that they are answering, the councillors. So Mazi, I don't know what idea should we take to make these people, to stir them up for revolution, because we cannot wait for them until they all repent, because it looks that they are not repenting. They are not repenting. Thank you, Professor Jonathan, for taking my call. Bye. I love you, Biafrans. I feel the members here, my blood.
What we should know is it doesn't take all the people to start a revolution. It takes a few people to start it. That is what we are doing. There is no other thing. We cannot continue or start going from house to house to, shoot people and say, come out and revolute. It's impossible. That is the reality. Enlightenment is the key. That is the key. You know, what we preach is common sense. It's not rocket science. Just common sense, because it's everywhere. Only if you care to look for it and grab it. That is the thing. It's common sense. It's common. You ask all these little questions. That is why we poke your brain. The job we are doing is to try to poke your brain into reasoning. Age of reasoning. That is the difference between Europeans and today Nigeria. Because that difference, that little difference, is the difference between light and darkness. Just reason. People don't understand. People go to church and pray, go to mosque and pray 5 times a day, 10 times a day. They don't know that the real people that are doing the will of God, if it comes to that logic, are people that develop their brain. You understand? Because God just, let's say God created the world and put human beings inside it and say exploit the world, discover, rule over. Now you will be in one corner, always shouting for that God. You don't want to explore, you don't want to exploit, you don't want to rule. Always you are calling God that put you there, say come and help me do this. Then another person took the bull by the horn, develop his brain and start exploring everywhere and making progress. Who do you think that is doing the real God's will if you come to religion? It is those that are doing the things that God even wants people to do. Look at, you can fly from any part of the world to another part today. Courtesy of people reasoning. You understand? If people are not reasoning the right way, aeroplane couldn't have been manufactured. There wouldn't have been no continuity. Maybe when the rich brothers, when the pioneers of aviation, when they started, and after some of them got accident and died, others will say, this is not the will of God, or let us forget it. Because in African sense, it would have been like that. That would have been the mentality. When people discover something and start working on it crudely, primarily, and maybe there is accident and they die, maybe 4 people among them died, and hey, others will say, oh, go, this is not the will of God. If it's the will of God, why should we die? Why should this thing kill? And they will abandon that project. But they continued. Today, commander, do you have a perfume there, please? Hey, hostess, please give me rum. No, I don't need, in our command, you don't know that it is the thinking faculty of people, not only the continuity, where somebody stop another person, where somebody think and die put, another person will continue saying, nah, I got here. That is what we preach here, common sense. We are winding down towards the end of this program, but I have callers also calls flowing in. Caller on signal. Thank you for holding on for going to 14 minutes. Please welcome to the program. Mazi, can you hear me? Call on signal.
I can hear you much better. I thank you and also thank your guests. Mazi, what we are doing, what we are saying here, and all of you, is the road. That is the road. But one thing is very essential and very important that we must do. Let me start by saying my name. My name is Nnamdi, please. I'm calling from Italy. That thing is that we have to do everything fast to bring Biafra. In other words, it will get wrong either positively or negatively, but more percentage in negative. And that is our understanding. And what is it? There are 3 things I have found out from our people. 3 things, or 4 to let me put it like that. Our people have ego. We love refreshments, enjoyments. We like music. And those that came
from Europe, then it seems that to me, my own research and investigation, how I've been doing things, watching what is going on, I understand that each these missionary people they send or each trip they come, they pen down the way of life of black people in general. Let me put it like that. They pen down this their way of life, and they go back. They find a way to counter it, and by writing this Bible and all those things, because every ingredients you need to in life, you find them in the Bible. Solution of it or something that will make you to get good, it is all of them in the Bible. And that is what I find out. Look at what happened. Let me start from this music. If our people, watch our people, any place they go, any day they go protest, even in Ipob, I am not happy about that. We go protest, we should be focused either by clapping hands, shouting, this thing we don't want it. We will see some people, we carry bands, and when we carry bands, some will dancing that band or that music with maybe slight mind and focus on what we are doing. So we carry that way, dance all that music for the whole of the day and become happy and go. And then whatever we talk there, they don't remember anymore. He can't be, he's not interested. His excitement is he dance the music, he enjoy that dance, and I see these things is part of our problem. Look at the rally we went. So our people went the first day in after Hope Keep 14 boys. The first rally they go ordinary. They carry paper, focus their paper to show off their paper. The second one, the third one, they go with the band, and that's the end of that protest. Do you remember? This is another problem I see inside. Yeah. So that's you are hearing me. I think I'm coming out clear. Okay. So that is our problem. These three things, if we can remove it inside us, it will help us to go far a lot. And let me start another thing. Our Methuselah said, my brother. He talk about the environment or the society. He said it may be. That word use it may be. No. That is the way it impacted the problem we have. It contributes 99.9% of our problem, or positively or negatively. And the problem is that when you look at the environment, it changes the way of people reasoning and the way we do things, and that is the major problem we have. When you travel from here to Europe, from Europe to America, Africa, or Nigeria, let me put it like that, either from Europe or America, by your landing, maybe on the air, when you get into Nigeria airport, you see the difference, you see darkness. You will displease the environment in another moment. You come out, maybe you see in the day, as you reach your home, you will see the environment you are. You will totally be displaced. You will not like it. But when you stay 1 week inside this environment, or 4 days, you will like it again. That is the influence it has. Just like when you enter inside a room, and that with you come out from a lighty place and enter in a room that is no light. At that moment you will not see anything. But when you stay like 5-6 minutes, you begin to see some object inside that place that you have not been seen before when you enter there initially. And that is the major impact it gives in a place. When we talk also about religion, our people talk about religion is only religion or culture is only yellow wine, all this ceremony and all these things. That is what they talk about culture. They don't know that culture is part of life. Character also is part of culture. The way you behave. I watch a video, somebody, one guy doing some, that guy is doing a marvelous job, moving around the Ndoke side and asking people, you say you are not Igbo, what do you call this? What do you see a rich man declare himself that he's not an Igbo, but everything language you do and every culture, everything you display is an Igbo something, the same thing. And he was unable to differentiate between language and dialect. And the guy was asking me, if you go to Nsukka and the person speaking from Nsukka, will hear him? He said he will not. And some Igbo people, some area will not even hear him. Is that not dialect instead of language? And the person is continuing to move himself. So this is the impact the society contributes in our life.
And the worst thing about it is that the majority of them will influence your mindset. When you go, even if you go here being educated, before you stay 1 year or 2, 3 years, more or less you join them. I would believe you will join them to behave the way they do, because that is what the society counts for. Our people come here, sometimes they don't buy ticket to enter bus, and when the controller come and meet them, they will not be ashamed at this time when they really come here. But when they stay more than 3, 4 years, 5 years or 8 years, you see yourself that you are not meeting up to the society, you are not contributing. You become ashamed of yourself when a controller came inside. But initially it will not be, because where the environment where it came from, they don't have shame. So you talk about religion also. I'll be brief because I'll finish now. So you talk about religion. The religion has become a very big problem, ravaging our place. You see, Nigerian society now. Somebody will watch out on Monday. They'll close market and be praying. They waste almost more than 4 to 5 hours to pray on Monday. As they are going, start that in the market. Even the government offices adopted them. They have prayers on the government office on Monday. And when they have maybe Easter or Salah, if eventually come on the weekend like Friday, on Monday they will give public holiday. That is the society you are growing on. And the society will determine how you behave. 99.9% nobody can deny this part. And that is really, our brother asked the question, what are we going to do to resolve this problem? Is to continue to educate our people. But my problem in this education of our people is that the more a number of people that is ignorant, Mazi Methuselah Nwa, so it influences them a lot. So the only solution is, if we can do everything possible to make sure that we restore Biafra, we begin to enlighten our people more in a very expansive way. That maybe somebody cannot live in work on Monday and keep 4 hours to pray, where you have to do other things to make sure that things move in the society. You keep 4 hours to pray. So let me end here. One of our brothers said, he said that from Russia, that he's still going to that church. This from 2008, I did not attend any church here unless on ceremony. He called me. If I wish I come, if I don't wish I not come. I don't go to church. It doesn't make me. I don't know God. But what I'm telling you, stop going to that church, because when you are going, you are influencing your son and your children. Tomorrow your son will follow you do that. You blame him. But you are the one contributing more. Stop going to church. Give your son a very good education from your home. He become so vibrant. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
There, Mazi. Thank you very much. As I say, we are slowly winding down. Let me pick this last caller. Last call. Caller on direct line, you will be the last caller. Please make it worthwhile and as brief as possible. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Unmute yourself, please, because you muted yourself. Caller on WhatsApp, please.
Mazi Methuselah Nwa. Today was the very my first time of calling. My name is and I'm calling from Uganda. I'm very happy. I'm very happy in today's honestly, because religions have done a lot in my life. It has destroyed a lot of things in our land today. It has destroyed even the way we live, the way we used to also, the way we used to handle our families. Religions have destroyed many families today. Take a look at it. If you come to our family, maybe one person is going to church, this one will be going to another church, this one will be going to another church. In all these churches, all of them do not believe in one thing. In all these churches, maybe their father is going to another church, their children is going to another church, the firstborn is going to another church. All of them do not believe in one church. And maybe there is one person that believes in tradition that is being tradition. All these people, you see that many calamities, many even I have also my family, there will be nothing. the name of my WBO state, my Biafran state, my Biafran state. With betrayal and even our tradition, many people have said in our tradition now, and as far as traditional marriage, some people they miss our tradition. They miss a bit in culture and our charity. All that one and it works. In the name of traditional marriage. So, and all these things that in our life, I can tell you that today, even if you I think today in our Biafra land, I say they religion on our Biafra land to be crusade now. Crusade everywhere, crusade everywhere. And take that place instead of going and dying.
Are you using earphone, please?
I'm not using earpiece.
Okay.
I'm
your voice is cracking or going, I don't know. Please put your mouth on the telephone. Go on, please, and round up. Just within 1 minute. Go on. He cut off. I don't know. Caller on signal. I shouldn't take your call, but I'm closing.
Hello,
I'm closing. Go on, please. Caller on signal.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on your time zone, Biafra. I remain your humble servant. Mazi Methuselah Nwa. Welcome to Cape One and I resided here in Italy. Thank you very much. I greet my man, Methuselah, and our sister. I greet all of us, and I greet Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ogaraja ngada. Udugu. Oh, kimunye na wanu wali no boy. Nnamdi. Yababa. Everybody anybody that is supporting Biafra, I greet you. Mazi, my message this evening is that these people they really they fooled us and put us inside a sack bag, not to shake body, and they are using our human resources and mineral resources to sustain themselves. Mazi, these people they finish us completely. I am thanking them now, the Kanu, for his working. Because slave trade, we need to teach our people a lot about that slave trade. Because everything started from there. Because the first people that come and carried us, trying to carry us slave the first time is Islam. You know, one of our brothers said something about it this evening. He says that he don't know if this thing that happened in our land happened at the north. You understand me? I have been calculating this, but I find out that is the game, because the first people with Islam. Then European people now defending themselves and they form what they call Christian. You understand me? And they form what they call Christianity. That's why both of them, see these two religions, Islam and Christianity, they messed the whole world up. Did you know that what Islam is doing in our land is missionary, and what Christianity is doing in our land is missionary, brother? That is what they are doing. But this time, we will tell them that we have come to possess our possessions, to fulfill our promises to the whole world. That work there, they deprived us. We have come to systemize it. The whole world come in our land and they learn how to live. And they now put us inside sack bag. But I am very, very sad about what they did to us. And we come to their land, we come to Europe here, they are discriminating us. They are messing our life up. You understand? So brother, this our message this evening is thinking too much. It's thinking a lot.
I love this program. Let us continue this way. Let us continue on the way we are doing. We are pushing it well. Again, another message.
Maz, are you still there? Go on.
Can I go?
Yes.
Okay.
Go on.
Another message I want to give to our people is warrant chiefs. They have to retrieve their step because Ogako Habamwamlisi complete because what happened to us? If we descend on them, there will be nowhere to be found. Look at our land. Look at what Nollywood are using our tradition and culture doing. Look at what the missionaries, these people that carried the cross of the missionary. Look at what they are using our culture and tradition doing. I'm not happy about it at all. I'm not happy. Let them retrieve their step because we will descend on them badly. I must tell you the truth. Let me stop here. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Well, thank you very much. We are, as I said, I will stop taking calls because we are 4 hours plus, according to my time, 4 hours plus into this program. So, Mazi, I would like to start with you through your, pattern shots. There is a question that one of our brothers asked about this. Mazi Methuselah, I think you are hearing me. Mazi Methuselah, are you hearing me? Okay. I want you to also we conclude while touching these questions. You know, he asked about, he said, yes, we are talking about the evil that all this important religion has been doing in our land, ravaging our land, our minds, our mentality. Now he said, what are we doing or going to do about, you see, these traditional religious charlatans popping up everywhere? All their focus is, I will make you be taken. You know, you see them, they profit. You know, in every way, in everything, there will be profiters. Hyenas. You know, hyena. I used to, if I'm not they don't hunt. They are just going around looking for where maybe a lion will kill a prey, or any other animal kill a prey. Now they will gather and go and pursue that lion in order to reap from where they did not sow. Just like what, as you always say, the autopiloters are doing. They don't want to call themselves another name that is anything from Ipob. Call yourself another name. Don't talk about Mazi Nnamdi. Don't just go your own way, do your own thing. As long as you are fighting for Biafra, you will have no problem. But they will come like hyenas because they actually where they didn't sow. Do you understand? So, what is going to be done? Or what is the solution to this charlatan? That is number one. Because I will also come to one with the same question. Just make your conclusive statements, but you touch on this question. Number two question is, we say the complete conquest of our language. We ask whether it happened in the north. You know, why did the northerners retain their language? But when you come to Biafra land, we take English as a standard. Everybody speaks English. If you don't speak Prince English, you are not educated. But so that is, please make your pattern short, but touch on these questions, please. Go on.
Thank you very much. Our our brother had talked about we started by the conquest of our people, and if such a thing happened in the north. Like I think you raised that question, and at the same time I have been scrambling to see how I can lay my hands on it. But surprisingly, I saw something that it says that the people that were captured for slavery in the north were non-Muslim people. I mean, from what I saw, approximately 2 point something million non-Muslim, because just like our brother said, he's correct by saying that the Muslim have already come for a conquest. They were the people that came before even the British. And our leader also have made mention of such before, that as these people were coming to conquer us, they were coming with missionaries behind. So as they were conquering, then the missionaries were also doing their own job, as if they come to save him. You know, so everything has been systematically planned. So if I come to a land that has been under conquest by other religion, then I have to go the other side, because those days now is just all about conquering, and at the same time you occupy the land. And now this is what Muslims want to do now. I think it's a sort of agreement. They have achieved their end. And we throw away our way of life. It's not so much bad like that in the north, from our own understanding, because they value what they have, in as much as all of us are in the same mess. Had it been, everybody should be the way we were before this people came. I think the entire north will be imagined entirely, and that is the reason why they also sticks to the partly rules of the colonial masters. Let's just assume that all of us were under conquest. No, those ones on their own. You know, when you talk about the Sokoto caliphate way back, I think this is for what I'm just seeing now. In summary, the slavery, the conquest happened in our land 100%. It is not like that in the north. Now, coming to the issue of these hungry charlatans we have in our land, it's very, very hard to start going for them. What we are doing is what we're supposed to do, because we need to teach those that they are defrauding their tricks. If you continue telling them this is what they meant for, and to make sure that they know their steps, they know the format. But it's also so surprising that after all this exposure in this 21st century, people are still doing, even you see, last time I saw somebody, a guy from Boston in America. He traveled all the way from Boston, Texas, down to Nigeria, America. You have been living in America. You say things is not working for you. You left all the way from America. You travel home to go to this man they call, what is his name? The one that is running them now. The young man from Igbo. I've forgotten his name. You know, the man that used to is a young guy, you know, that have been castigating our ancestors. But the problem where people are not moving forward, the reason why they're not moving forward is because of what they have done, what they have committed, what our ancestors have done. Ebukobi, that's his name. So just to tell you that it's hard. When I say it's hard, I know why I'm saying it's hard. It is hard because our aim should be on the mindset of people. How do we get their attention so that they will listen? Because the first thing is to get their attention. Then the second one is to preach what they need to hear. In as much as I'm preaching it, you know, our people love it in the easy way. Even if you are preaching now, many of them will be listening to you, asking you, listen, you are talking, if you want to eat, we need money. So, and they now begin to see where somebody is telling them, I'll bring small, I will make you get big. They will go and sell the little they have. Then that same question I'm continue asking. You sell their land, for example, and you go for counseling, and the man of God tell you that you are going to make it in the next 1 year. 1 year have come and gone, you didn't make it. What stops you from thinking, looking behind, saying, this is what the Messiah should do, and I've done it. And yet, it didn't work. And they will continue going there. These are the people that are frustrating us. Just like our brother Akas called you tonight, and our brother, we are living in the same country. You know, you made mention of the government want to give incentive. Yes, this place is not too religious. And before I continue, I need to set myself clear. Anytime I'm talking about religion, I'm talking about African version. we must call a name. Yes, it's Christianity. What Africa take as Christianity is not what Europeans take as Christianity. It's a different thing altogether. So that when we are talking about Christianity in Africa, it's way different from what they are practicing here. Here is just like a hobby. You know, on Sundays, you see them, they go and drink tea, drink coffee. Under 45 minutes, they are finished. They are not hoping that this church they are going is where they are going to get their salvation, or they are doing it because they want to go to heaven. Because they are already living in heaven. Here is their heaven. So, but in Africa, it's a different thing. That's why I think we made mention of it. Anything that steps into Africa, will change automatically. People use it against the innocent souls who are being or undereducated by the system they find themselves. So, the whole solution is we will continue educating our people. I think last time the bishop was kidnapped and he was asked to pay ransom. He never said, okay, let my congregation continue praying that they will release me. Miracle will happen, they will release me. No, under 24 hours they raised almost 10 million naira or so.
100 million. Mazi, what are you talking?
100 million. They raised 100 million naira within 24 hours. This alone cannot even tell the people. Yes, this bishop say prayer is the key. Prayer solves every problem. When you are in trouble, pray, God will rescue. But this man in question, who is supposed to be direct, because he's the man of God, he's direct contact with God, as the case may be. And he also looked for money from the same congregation that they will use money to rescue him. So we haven't seen these things that are happening in our environment. Yes. People refuse to wake up. Many of Febu and others in the autopilot to do. But in the middle of the night, we change to become a How they know him. And some people that are living in Western world, they also bad in this. We have somebody here, we chase him out from our military. Why? He came to the meeting and started telling us we should listen to that woman. She's a spiritual woman, and that is true. That you have also seen it in the dream that where you do. And we say, please open that door, let him go out. And that's how he left our group. So the thing is not a matter of we are not going to force our people, as you may know. We are not such people that force people, by guns and bullets to use it. No, our leader is who we are following his footsteps. He continues teaching our people just to make them to wake up. How is he doing it? Not only radio. After all, me and you today, many of us today are wake up today. Is by the teaching we continue listening, and we wake up and turn around and become to be a messenger on our own. So I believe if we continue it in this way, our society will be a different one. I'm telling you. That's what I have to tell you, brother. I thank you very much for raising such a wonderful topic. In as much as it's hard, not everybody will pick such and talk about religion. But we are Ipob. We speak about everything. Everything is concept. I know people may not understand it. The God all of us today are looking upon is a concept of man. In other words, we Africa are supposed to have our own concept so that it will be working for us. That's emanates from our own environment. Thank you very much, our moms and our sister, for being part of today's program, and at the same time, our listeners who may not have the opportunity to call in, and those that call in to make their contribution, may you go gather and continue guiding us, and at the same time, let us to wake other people up, and then we will have a very viable society. Good evening from here, our brother.
There we Mazi, remain blessed and continue your good work. There we must continue. One other, please, over to you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Marien. Yeah, I'm gonna attempt to answer the question. I'm gonna start by saying, first of all, when we speak about tradition, our religion, we have to understand, from my perspective, what I'm trying to advocate is not these people on social media. I'm talking about the ability, the gift of people to, the knowledge of people to use roots and herbs and even food to live a healthy life. We have it over here in America, like I said. If you type, herbalists in America, you will see them. They don't do voodoo, they don't kill people, they're not looking for human parts. These are people that have the knowledge of roots and herbs, to create therapy and to give as medicine. That's what I'm advocating for. Again, like one of our brothers said, the way we value our thought, we look at things is different. Anything that comes to Nigeria, Africa, we twist it. The same thing Mazi Methuselah said. People go to church here, but you don't go to church and sit there for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 hours. Nobody will be there. People will leave you because they have to pay their bills. Because the pastors are not telling them that by just sitting there and screaming and shouting and speaking in tongues, money is going to go into your account. They're not telling you that. They know that's a part of humanity, and we as human beings are emotional. That's what they're trying to satisfy. They will still let you know you must go to work. Because that's reality. You can speak in tongues all you want. If you don't go physically and work, you will not be able to pay your bills. So I, for one, I'm not telling anybody not to be a religious person, but knowing that it cannot give you most of these promises that are given to you or they're making you to work for. They are fallacies, they're not reality. They're not realities at all. So that's the difference. You know, you go to church, you stay there 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, you're fasting, you're speaking in tongues. Even when you're sick, you can't go to hospital. That's what we are calling against. People should think. Common sense people say they are common. Are they really common? Yes, they might be common for anybody who wants to, harness them. But how many people are willing to look for them, harness them? And so when we must do it, that when these people, because now a lot of us are advocating for going back to culture. What is culture? I know we have treated this topic. Values of the people. Those unique things that makes you people unique. That is not just about come and start practicing promising all this nonsense. Or just masquerade. I enjoy masquerade. I love masquerade. The same thing I talk about pastors, I'm going to talk about these people that come on social media claim that can make you to be a millionaire.
Charlatans they are.
Those charlatans, I'm going to ask people to ask them the same question. If I as an individual have the ability to put things together and something or somebody will be vomiting money in my cardboard or in my closet, why do I need you to be bringing your little money to make me who I am? All I have to do is to go and gather those things I'm asking you to bring. Go and prepare the thing, the concussion, and I'll be a billionaire. Again, it goes back to people that are not asking questions. Somebody is telling you, come, I'm going to make you a billionaire. I'm going to prepare you a kit. Your money will be coming. They're showcasing. Is he preparing no kit for himself and make his own money through the kit thing? Rather, he's willing to be taking your penny and talk. You know? So this goes back again, ignorant. People don't want to work hard, they don't want to ask questions, because if that native doctor, what he's telling you, is that possible, he would have done it himself first before even telling you. So we must continue to debunk such people and let them know that what we are advocating was our way of life. Even at that we are calling that even what our ancestors did, we must build on them. That's what is called progress. That is what is called evolution. We cannot be stuck in the past. The world has moved on, whether we want to move on or not. They don't care, they are moved on. So that's one of the things we are suffering. So I can't remember the second question he had. I'm trying to answer them before I go into my conclusion, but I think I'm touching on that. So this is the problem. Again, you go to awareness, we should listen. Yes. And then know that it doesn't matter my religion, whether it's traditional religion, whether it's secular religion. If I do not get up and get something done, they cannot do anything in this practical life for me. That is the bottom line we are saying. That is why we are telling people to embrace when we say Biafra is a religion. Because Biafra as a rallying point, Biafra as a coming state or country that is going to be defined by her laws. The law that Biafra is going to promulgate is what's going to bring that kingdom on earth we are advocating for. That is what we mean when we say Biafra is a religion. Because where we are now is a lawless place. There's nothing you can do that will stand. But with the coming of Biafra, who should be what everybody should be patriotic about, not loyal to. Patriotism. When we get it that we're patriotic about that country called Biafra, and then make sure that the laws we are promulgating, we must adjudicate them. The kingdom of God will come down in Biafra land. That's why it's a religion, because it will rise above everything. So let me go to my conclusion. So having said all these things and many more things we said, kudos to everybody, those who listen. We that were able to come up with one or two informations. I want us to know that at the bottom line is this: superstitions are often believed because of ignorance. Superstitions. Why do I say that? Anything that is superstition, like folk tales, there might be element of truth in them. But make your research, do your investigation. Then you can conclude whether it is true or not. But at that moment that is standing as a superstition, you are ignorant of the facts, of the truth. Because the information you're receiving may be true, it may not be true. But because you're ignorant of the facts. Just like one or two things we brought out today, when we're calling about native doctors, we are not talking about these people that are talking about using human being or to make somebody rich. It's misguided information. It's not true. They are propaganda. Secondly, believing certain things are lucky can be ignorant. Because if you just believe that something will happen because you just pray without putting action, taking actions, just like you finish going to, okay, you sit in your home, you want to be a doctor, you want to be a graduate, you want to be a carpenter, whatever it is, you start praying from the time you were 5 years old until you turn 20. You didn't go to a place where you can learn how to be a carpenter. You didn't go to school so that you can have the knowledge to become a doctor, a nurse, or whatever, a teacher. You cannot be, just because you are praying. It doesn't matter how faithful you were. It doesn't matter how much fasting you undertake. So, we must add our so-called belief, match it with action, then you can see results. That's what we're talking about here. So believing certain things can be are luck is not really true, because you must do the work. But finally, that brings me to the conclusion that ignorance can be resolved. All these things we are talking, the way we can resolve it is through learning, constant learning, and opening our minds for new information. And when we get into these informations, we try to apply them. Because the information received, not used, especially good information received, not used, is a waste. That's how I'm going to conclude this evening. And I wish everybody that are listening the best. Thank you, Mazi, Jonathan. Thank you, Mazi Methuselah. Thank you, our listeners. Hopefully, we'll converge very soon. God bless all.
There will and remain blessed. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, we have come to the end of this program. But I want to say something. There are things I want to talk anyway about, some issues or the issues. Remember that we talked about the causes of ignorance. I should also put primary ignorance. Primary. Something that we should surpass. Now, when we talk about, or we are talking about religion, know that it is part of a factor that is cementing ignorance in us as a people. That is for sure. Of these imported religions, I'm telling you. You know, when people talk about religion, how it is functioning in Nigeria, comparing it to how it functions other places, you see, in Nigeria, it is not our way of life. It is not our natural way of life. In Igbo land, the Igbo land was Christianized less than 200 years back. Less than. I said less than. If not, maybe 180, 160 years back. That is the reality. But our culture, you know, religion is part of culture. Religion is part of people's culture. That is why in other parts of the world, you know, they have outgrown, they understand, though Christianity is part of their culture, they also add enlightenment, common sense to it, because they have common sense. But in our own, The people that brought Christianity, they brought it mischievously. You know, just like Christianizing a slave, or Christianizing, you know, they Christianized slaves that they carried from Africa. You just imagine telling a slave that you forcefully carried against his will, you captured. You can kill him at any time, you can wound him at any time, you can deny him at just like an object. It's even less quality than your pet. Now you tell him to turn, let him believe in Christ, he will be saved. But is he saved from your hand as a slave master? The answer is no. That is, you know, when I pinpoint all these things, I want you people to start reasoning, thinking, reason. Okay, you want a slave master is telling his slave that he can bring out knife and butcher him at any time if he wants. Telling him, okay, believe in Jesus, he will save you. Bible say, but common sense will say, am I saved from your hand? If it's real, why are you keeping me as a slave? That is number one. So when you look at, when we are talking about all this, it doesn't matter who is annoyed. We must say the truth. That is the oath we took. We must say the reality, because that is the only thing that will set us free. That is the reality. Now, when you see all these people that are poking up on social media saying that they are traditional, they are doing, the question you should ask yourself is this: is our tradition only about money, how to make money? When you see somebody, for example, a man or a woman that is well behaved in our land, in our day, you say he or she is well cultured. You understand? It's not about money. This woman is well cultured. Do you see that statement, that phrase? Do you understand what it means? Which means, you know, that culture, their culture, he entered into her or him. He is well cultured. So it's about respect. It's about honesty, not lying. You know, the way of life. So it's not about, okay, we're making money. Oh yeah, no. You work hard, you make money. That is the thing. So people should, you know, what they are using the standard of the Christianity they see in Nigeria, in our land. Now they turn it, instead of, okay, we are doing menal, or you come, that thing you pastor tell you pay tithe and get. You come, you kill chicken, I will give it to you. You know that is just the same thing, the same size of the coin. That is it. So, like our brother asked, what I think we should, the only thing we should do is this education, so that the population will open their eyes. Let me tell you, you don't a revolution, after revolution is not a bed of roses. So after French Revolution, there was a bitter fight, bitter war, anarchy everywhere. People pop up and say, I know it, I do this. It's normal. It's like a tremor. After earthquake, there is always a tremor, follow-up tremor. You understand? After American revolutions, our revolution, there was a civil war, heavy civil war. It is something normal. So, and after the rain, now the sun will shine. Our leader will say that Biafra, after the restoration of Biafra, Biafra will be built day and night for 75 years. Most of us will not be alive in order to see the complete, that desire we want of Biafra. Most of us will not be alive. It is for other generations coming. That is the reality. And this is where calls for selflessness. Because many of our people, some of our people are not selfless enough in order to fight for something that they cannot even reap the fruits. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. Some people are selfish, too selfish to fight for something that they will tell, oh, what if I die? This year, oh, you say in the next, I beg, if I die and what happened? Because they are not developed enough. If George Washington was thinking like this, he wouldn't have even tried to fight against the British. You say, let us continue. The billionaire also, that time, that forfeited everything, every of his investment, running from one shade to another. What is his name again? If they are selfish like some of our people, they wouldn't have fought for a country that generations will be proud of today. So that is part of the knowledge that we talk about. Now, our brother asked the complete conquest of our language, of our land and our language. Does it happen in the north? Let me say something, even historically, using historical reference. You know, Biafra land, south, the way it is being ruled by Britain, it is called direct rule. It is not the same with the north. The northern part of the zoo, they are landlocked. Biafra is near the ocean. So Britain, the Europeans came from the ocean, now start moving upwards. The north, going to Niger Republic, Chad, they are landlocked. That is what people should understand. They suffered their own first colonization by the Arabs. Earlier time, 9th, 10th century, because the Arabs came through the deserts. So they didn't reach our land because they were not accustomed to equatorial forests. That time, any of them that tried to enter, deserts and the forest region is two different places. Either malaria will kill you, or too much rain will make you sick and die, because their bodies are not accustomed to it. That is it. That is why the Arab, they didn't reach our side. You understand? So, but when the Europeans came, they started from our land because we are near the ocean. That is where they landed. From Bonny to Iguacha, we say was open, all is the same. Now they entered. They started their evil mission, conquering us. Because we had one-to-one meeting with them. Our people had one-on-one meeting with these white people. You understand? That is where they started. It's just like the epicenter of the British conquest. You remember that the Ekumeku warriors, they fought the British for 31 good years. It's not easy. That time, the Northerners, the Fulani, they never even understand what is going on, because the British never read that side. You understand? Until after conquering us, now they put what we call direct rule. When you watch this Zichibwana, Zolomaju, Goja and Co, the play, if you know about it, all those play is a character. It depicts what happened during the colonial era, where what they see is directly in control of our land. It's not the same type of government they did in the north. That is the thing. Now they established direct school. Missionaries flooded our land, protecting criminals. Our criminals run to church and become saved. People that were exiled from our land that committed evil, now they become converted to reverend fathers. They became catechists, and the British protected them, say God have forgiven you. Now these people that are these your kinsmen that are saying that you are evil, they are the evil people. But the person they are talking, they are protecting, is a criminal in our land. Onye mere ihe ala sonso ogbokuzi ndị ụka ha protect her because they have the military. Our people cannot go there to snatch him, to send him into exile as usual. That is where things started falling apart in our land. Now that person will wear white and start speaking, calling what we are doing our men that it is evil. I have preached this before. People should understand. So that is now, from there now, they started changing direct conquests, turning our good culture, our good omenala into churches now. The missionaries tactically, they formed rebellion, telling people to rebel against our way of life. You know, they tried this in Japan. They decoded their secret. They were telling Japanese Christian converts to turn against the Shinto temples, to go and burn their Shinto temples, as they are doing in Biafra land. Missionaries were telling them. But the Japanese government, because they were organized, the Japanese emperor, decoded this, saw the characters of Japanese that were following these Christian missionaries at that time. They said, no, these people are softly trying to put the people against our own culture, to rebel against their own land. The Japanese emperor came into play. They said no, they banned Christianity in Japan for 265 years because they saw what is coming. That if they allow this, it will be a complete mess in their land. That is what we are unable to stop in our own land. So when they conquered our land, you know, English becomes the standard. European style, everything will become the standard of doing things. And if you don't, because if somebody come to your house, you know, you bring a white snap as a catechist, you know, now they peg education to the church they built. It is something, it is highly political. They peg it to the education, so that without knowing, people can say no, it's because of Christianity we have education. It is life on the pit of hell. What of Arabs? Didn't they have education? Did they? But they didn't change their mosques to churches. No, they were highly smart enough in order to demarcate the education and the religion. They say we maintain who we are, but we learn with our own language. If you want to come, you first of all learn Arabic. Now you teach us, and we teach you also. So that is how it is. But they use our evil people in our land in order to conquer us. So when they were going from south to north, you know, the caliphate, the Sokoto caliphate, they were very smart, politically savvy. They came to negotiate because they saw, they had what happened, how mighty the British, the Europeans were, because France was also on the rampage from the other side. So now what they did, they cleverly came to negotiate with the British, because Britain conquered, just slaughtered them under a few days. They slaughtered many of them. Now the caliphate understood that no need of, it is useless resisting these people. Now they go on negotiation. They went to the British representative, Frederick Lugard, and told him, look, we will be your servants, but please help us. We have a structure already in our land. We can do anything you want us to do, but there is something we don't want you to do. Don't educate our people. Do not educate our people. Leave us. Use us as the only, we will give you the people we want you to educate. That is the sons and daughters of the emirs that time. They said, these are the people we want you to educate for us. But leave the population for us. Only anything you want us to do, the population to do, come through us. Tell us. Do not scatter us this emirates we have, please. Now, Frederick Lugard saw it as now what is looking in Sokoto, he saw it in Sokoto. Instead of scattering the caliphate and rebuilding, try to organize another government. It will take time. It's okay. There is a structure there already. They use their emirs in order to administer to the people. That is what is called indirect rule. So that is the reason why they didn't bother about language changing. Hausa, they speak, or the caliphate, they were speaking Hausa, they continue. They were speaking, they were learning in Arabic. They continue in that Arabic and Hausa. You know, they call it Ajami. All these Arabic writings you see in Naira, it helps the Hausa people that doesn't speak English to know this is 10 Naira, this is 2 Naira, this is Naira blue. They wrote it with Arabic. It's what people fail to understand. They thought that, oh, it's Islamite. No, because you have different countries in Nigeria. Some speaking Western language, some speaking Eastern language, that is Arabic. So in the Naira, if you write only in English, Hausa people, many of them will not even know what is written there. 10 Naira or 500 Naira, or that is the thing. So they have to inscribe Arabic writings on it in order to help their northern people, their northern English, that doesn't speak English. That is the reality. So that is what helped them in retaining their language. Because the caliphate, they wanted to maintain that structure, maintain their people in that zombie gullible way, so that anything the British will come and tell them, now it is them they will come and use Hausa in order to explain to the people. That is why they retain their language. Did you see it? But there is nothing that is irreversible. Let me tell you, even this thing we are doing, we have been Christianized only less than 200 years. Let me tell you, Iberian Peninsula was conquered, the complete conquest by the Arabs. Do you understand? From 8th century, 711 AD until 15th century, complete conquest. They instituted Arabic language in Iberian Peninsula, part of Europe, part of France, even part of Switzerland, Portugal, Spain, different part of Southern Europe. But do you know what it means to conquer a place for 800 years? I don't know whether people understand. Do you know what it means? They build their civilization, including Arabic language, including their schools, everything in Arabic, everything, their mosque, everything. But what happened? When in 1492, the Europeans rose up, they took over what belongs to them, took over their land. Today, do you see any sign of that Iberian conquest? If not in the museum or parts of some places, they allow some things for history. Did it affect their people again? They took back what belongs to them and continued their natural lives. That is what we are doing. So people should not think that, oh no, this thing is irreversible. It is reversible. It's only lazy people think like this. Lazy people think like this. And also, what about Britain? England, you see, it was conquered by the Roman Empire in 43 AD. 43 AD, it was part of Roman Empire until 410 AD, when England struck back and fought back and get back. How many years? How many centuries? 4 centuries. Do you know what it means? When you conquer a place, you institute your culture, your language, your education, this and that. That is what we are suffering. But today, people should not think that it is irreversible. What we are doing is, first of all, mental, reversing all those things they did, albeit mentally. So, we must continue in what we are doing. This is the most important restoration. The most important. It is only lazy people that accept defeat. You are never defeated until you accept it. When you stay and say, no, there is nothing we can do again, no, you become slave forever. That is the reality. So, we must continue in this restoration effort. And part of it is, and the most important is, mental restoration. What we are doing, fighting ignorance, the cause of ignorance. We will continue in this, discussions, this type of discussions in future. And do not forget that on Saturdays, we dedicate to religious discussions. What happened this Saturdays, you everybody know. There are programs. So we have to be aired on Radio Biafra. But we must continue because we have to fight ignorance. Listen, our leader have been listening to his former broadcast. He reiterates always on make the reasoning, critical thinking, reason. That is the key. That is the reason why Europe is built today. That is the reason why Japan is okay, developed. That is the reason why America is developed. Reason. When human beings inside there could reason, think like human beings, then what else do you get? They will, they will have the brain, the thinking faculty of investing on their brains. The highest gift of mankind is the brain. The brain, that the resemblance. We say, oh, God created man in his own image. The image of God or a man is brain, nothing more, because that is what makes you behave like human being. Mankind is the brain. Without the brain, you are just like another animal. Only, there is no way, no matter how beautiful a chimpanzee is, no matter how intelligent a chimpanzee is, it cannot rise up one day, go and dig out the yam, peel it and start cooking to eat. Their intelligence has a limit. As you train the chimpanzee, you can distinguish one and two, and that is their standard, their limit of their intelligence. So we should not allow our intelligence to be limited into running from pillar to post. We are human beings, for goodness sake, equal human beings, and we should showcase it and merit or earn our respect in the world stage. That is it. So we must continue. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is our ideology. Let me also announce this again. Repeat the announcement. IPOB UK, United Kingdom, protests against Hope Uzodimma's Oxford visit. We ask all Biafrans, Ndibo and Ndimo especially, friends of Biafra and lovers of freedom, to join IPOB UK in peacefully protesting the invitation of Hope Uzodimma to University of Oxford. The schedule is as follows. Thursday, September 1st, 2022, 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Education awareness campaign. And Saturday, September 3rd, 2022, 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Mega rally community engagement. Main venue, Western Library, University of Oxford, Broad Street, Oxford 0x1 3.
Indala, no bago,